Oh, vengo corriendo, no tienen idea para poder llegar a tiempo justamente. Espero que estén teniendo una excelente mañana. Por fin es viernes. He creído que es viernes desde el martes para que entiendan la crisis humanitaria en la que estoy. Olvídense la pobre gente en Palestina y de la gente en Ucrania y en Rusia. No, no, no. Es una crisis humanitaria del tío Sano. No mamen. Pero también al mismo tiempo, oigan, Fórmula 1 está de vuelta. Es oficial, damas y caballeros. Lo está. Oh, qué buena mañana. Carlos Sainz, ¿podemos darle el respeto que merece ese hombre, por el amor de Dios? Por favor, el más rápido en la primera práctica, casi, o sea, después de Lando Norris, y ahorita sigue por ahí con un ritmazo el gran español. Ese es de mis chiles, se me hace uno de los pilotos menos apreciados y menos valorados en la parrilla. En fin, feliz viernes, feliz viernes. Vamos a acabar esta semana simplemente preguntándonos la pregunta que todo el mundo tiene en la cabeza. Y esto fue algo que también hace, hace no mucho tiempo sonaba muy loco. Y es, Estados Unidos se supone que tiene unas grandes reservas de oro en Fort Knox, pero nadie les ha auditado. La última vez que fueron auditados, me parece que Donald Trump había ido a Fort Knox en su primera presidencia, según él, mandó a alguien, ya ese alguien fue y checó y sí, bueno, hay pedo, ahí está, todo el oro, no te preocupes, no necesitas fotos, no necesitas evidencia, ahí está todo. Vientos. Después viene el tío Joe Biden de presidente, nunca audita el oro, nunca dice, hey, yo lo chequé. Y ahorita en este momento, Elon Musk, Doge, Donald Trump están de, tenemos que ir a buscar el oro. Tenemos que ir a buscar el oro porque el oro está en algún lado y tenemos que ver qué está pasando con ese oro. A ver si sigue ahí. De ahí se quedaron calladitos y no ha pasado nada. Y lo que todo el mundo en Internet está diciendo, atentos, esto me recuerda potentemente, pero potentemente a cuando salieron las noticias en el fondo del precio del oro diciendo, güey, en el Congo acabamos de encontrar una piedra, tanto oro, que básicamente el oro no debería de valer nada. Todo el mundo sacó ese artículo, incluyéndome a mí mismo pensando, oh, encontré algo en el Internet que muy poca gente sabe. Oiga, ¿no les mama a la gente que hace videos de teorías de conspiración y sacan sus referencias a Wikipedia? Es de, vean, y esto lo encontré en la página de... Ahora ya que mínimo siento que tengo mi mano bien agarrada, mi dedo bien en ese pulso del mercado, es un poco más estúpido de todo lo que todos pensamos, ¿no? Porque hacer análisis estúpidos es un poco lo que me ha funcionado muy bien últimamente. Y esto se repite una vez más, porque lo que he estado poniendo atención más allá de fundamentales y esto y el otro, lo que todo el mundo le pone atención y las compras y esto, que por cierto, por supuesto que ayuda. Pero a fin de cuentas, lo que mueve todos los precios es cuando quieren que vendas algo, quieren que compres algo. Es así de fácil. Es así de fácil. Cuando estás a tope, te distribuyen, sacan a Michael Saylor, le pegan en las nalgas en Bitcoin. Y es de, sale a todos los shows de televisión y decirle a todo el mundo que tiene que comprar Bitcoin, que porque esta es la última vez que lo van a poder comprar, etcétera. Va, contagia a todo el mundo ese delicioso FOMO y se despedorrea el precio. Y cuando está el precio en el hoyo que nadie lo quiere comprar, güey, no compres Bitcoin. Bitcoin va a morir para siempre. O sea, y ahora estamos viéndolo con el oro. El oro está casi en máximos, bueno, está en máximos históricos. Llegó a, me parece, $2,988 por onza. Nada mal, honestamente. Buen rally del oro de los 2,600 cuando salió ese artículo de que en el Congo encontraron 300 trillones de dólares en oro. Entonces ya no iba a valer nada. Simplemente se dobló de precio el hijo de puta. ¿Y ahora qué estamos viendo? Ahora estamos viendo, y todos los analistas en línea tienen información privilegiada, por cierto, déjenme les digo esta información privilegiada que encontraron en línea. Esta información privilegiada que encontraron en línea y que todos están repitiendo en este momento es que hay aviones que vienen de Inglaterra a Estados Unidos trayendo oro. ¿Cuántos de ustedes han escuchado esto? Quiero saber, por favor, no sean mamones. Díganme, por favor, si han escuchado la noticia de alguien más, porque está en todos lados, por cierto. Todo el mundo tiene esta información que nadie más tiene, de que en Inglaterra no hay suficientes aviones para poder mandar todo el oro que quieren a Estados Unidos, pero nadie sabe por qué. Por ende, lo que probablemente va a pasar es que no hay oro y el oro va a subir de precio como loco. ¿Alguien sabe? O bueno, ya después de ver todo esto, ¿no? Con el ruco de su tío Salo, ¿qué quiere decir esto? ¿Qué quiere decir esto? Y también tenemos que pensar como en Bitcoin. Todo el mundo estaba muy ganón en los $100,000. Todo el mundo, o sea, tú compraste donde hayas comprado en la subida, ganaste. Hasta el idiota de yo del 2021 hubiera ganado muchísimo dinero, ¿no? Imagínense, imagínense. Ahora, cuando a Bitcoin todo el mundo estaba en positivo y los dejaron ahí un rato, porque recuerden, las distribuciones de tope duran un rato. Todo el mundo cree que el tope es rápido y vámonos. No, tal vez el tope del tope, pero el tope se queda por un rato por ahí. Cuando Mark Zuckerberg, Jeff Bezos, todos estos güeyes te venden acciones, no te las venden en un putazo hasta el tope y te dicen gracias por todo. Venden poco a poco, van sacando en ciertos niveles su dinero del mercado. Esto es un poco lo que estamos a punto de ver, mis estimados, en el oro. Han estado distribuyendo todo ese oro. Y ahora mucha gente va a decir, no, 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 no. ¿Cómo? El dólar se va a ir a la mierda. Recuerden, el oro, gran refugio para la inflación. ¿Qué pasa cuando tienes lo contrario? Lo voy a poner acá. El oro, 3,000, me voy a dar un 10%, como lo dije con Bitcoin, es el tope. Eso quiere decir que máximo va a tocar 3,300, en mi opinión. En mi opinión. Ahora preparen todos el clip para cuando me equivoque, me lo recuerden por 7 años seguidos. Pero en fin, sin más ni más, vámonos a ver esto. Solamente les quería decir eso. Atención ahí, por favor, pongan atención. Empiecen a checar esto. Tal vez empiecenlo a ver como el paranoico de yo mismo. Vean estas noticias del oro que parece que lo van a hacer más alcista ya estando en 3,000. Todo el mundo me dijo en una encuesta en X, solamente menos de 25% de la gente cree que el oro va a bajar de precio. Todos los demás creen que va a continuar subiendo. Y eso te debería decir algo. Normalmente cuando todos están de un lado en un trade, normalmente pasa lo contrario. Entonces estoy usando un poco más allá de análisis técnico, porque todo en el tope se ve más alcista. Estoy usando un poco de análisis paranoico. Es como le voy a llamar ese análisis. Con eso los dejo, vámonos a tradear. Vamos a ver cómo está Bitcoin, vamos a ver cómo está Ethereum. Y ya les tengo una opinión que absolutamente nadie confía en. Es Ethereum, se me hace muy interesante Ethereum. Lo hablamos ayer, vamos a platicar un poco más de esto en el en vivo. Recuerden, tengo aquí a Alex y a Farhan para poder hacer todos estos análisis de todos los precios que nos manden en el E-Trading Academy. Si están en el E-Trading Academy, son parte de la gente que es parte de los videos. Recuerden, vayan al sitio, hagan login, métanse a nuestro en vivo ahí, manden su pregunta y aquí lo tenemos. Para todos los demás, para todos ustedes, bola de degenerados que quiera aprender a tradear, que ya están tradeando y simplemente quieren apoyarse de probablemente una de las comunidades que más están imprimiendo estos días, les dejo aquí abajo el potentísimo Discord. Es absolutamente gratis. Dense una vuelta, vengan a platicar con nosotros. Es bien fácil de usar. Una vez que te metes, tienes acá el E-Trading Academy. ¡Wow! ¡Qué bonito! Te metes acá los análisis de Alex, que está ahí todo el maldito día. Felicidades por nosotros. Aquí anda el potente Farhan también. Vénganse al chat general a platicar con toda la bola de degenerados, a ver cómo andan. Muy buenos insights por acá. Hay varios traders por acá que usan técnicas muy interesantes. El cabrón, güey, creo que es Carlos, el que usa todo lo que es ¿cómo se llama? Volumen de trading y dice, para mí a las 4 de la tarde Bitcoin va a caer, se me hace muy interesante. Y lo que vi, la vez que lo dijo, sí cayó, fue interesante. Vengan a aprender criptolingo, si algo estamos diciendo acá que no entienden, dense una vuelta, es bastante potentemente bueno para poder aprender todos los términos que se mencionan por acá. Está en inglés y en español también para lo que necesiten. Vengan a compartir sus ganancias o sus pérdidas con nosotros en tremendo bluffing, BTCC. Pero excelente, tíos, excelente. Es lo que me gusta ver. Ganancias, ganancias, ganancias. Para eso estamos acá, intentar aprender, volvernos mejor. Ok, 117%. Que por cierto, es una mamada, ¿no? Como 253%, pero no, no sé por qué lo tiré para menos. Vengan y déjenos un testimonial si han disfrutado esto. Tenemos acá nuestros correos, vengan a leer noticias. Si necesitan un enlace para lo que sea, aquí lo tenemos también. Y para todos ustedes que quieren tradear futuros con nosotros, que quieren hacer esto, les dejamos por acá en nuestro sitio, es absolutamente gratis. Métanse en Tutos. En Tutos le vas a picar a cómo tradear en bluffing. Te va a poner un video de 5 minutos donde te dice cómo fondear tu cuenta, cómo usarla, cómo operarla, cómo abrir un long, cómo abrir un short y vas a usar este enlace. También estamos en BTCC, es otro exchange bastante sabroso. btcc.com. Y en btcc.com tenemos acá futuros, pero también tenemos futuros. Vean, se meten en futuros. Estos son los perpetuos, ¿no? Lo normal, pero hasta acá puedes hacer un 500X para toda mi gente que es un absoluto degenerado. No se lo recomiendo a nadie que esté aprendiendo, por el amor de Dios, no hagan, ni siquiera se acerquen a esto. Lo que sí pueden venir a hacer acá, que se van a divertir, es vengan a USDTM Perpetual Futures, se van a meter acá en la parte de arriba y le van a dar a Tokenized Stocks and Commodities. Y aquí tienes Apple, AMD, Amazon, Coinbase, todo lo que quieras, Google, el oro también, para poder hacerle un corto, un largo, tal cual como nosotros operamos en estos futuros, lo pueden hacer acá, es idéntico. Ponte tú, le pico a Meta y me va a llevar a mi dashboard normal por acá para que lo vean. Y aquí está Meta, tienen sus futurillos, pueden abrir un corto, pueden abrir un long, delicioso, es lo que tenemos en BTCC. En Bluffing nos encanta tradear simplemente nuestras criptomonedas, ese es mi exchange para ir en criptomonedas, y para todo lo demás usamos BTCC para poder hacer estos cortillos, estos longuillos en Tesla y en todas las cosas ricas. Boys, good morning. Guten morning. How are you?
Morning.
Morning.
I am so sorry for being late. It's been a crazy morning. Can't really tell anyone what I'm doing, which is sad because it's pathetic, but I've been at it since 3 a.m. So yeah,
That's crazy.
interesting morning. Anything you boys want to say? Anything you've been looking at right now before we jump into the charts? And of course, we're going to start with the Bitcoin, and then we're going to do an honorary one because someone, I think it's Eder or Teresa, I can't remember exactly, has been asking us to look at the Chinese Netflix, which as you analyze Bitcoin, I'll look up the Chinese Netflix for you. And yeah, let's get rolling with it.
All right.
This piece of shit Bitcoin has stopped me out so many times. Let's hope it doesn't stop me out again.
Dude, I haven't filled a single order yet. Like I haven't gotten not once. Fucking, I'm acting like a total idiot these days.
All right. So where are we? Because I feel like right now we're getting a lot of volatility, and it's honestly not unexpected. You know, it's funny because bulls are always clinging on to some kind of opium to shift trend, right? It's like this was the higher low, this broke it, and now mysteriously this is a higher low potentially. Doesn't make sense. You know, I was on the camp that, you know, we're gonna reject around this area, and I still am. But what did we have 2 days ago? We had that SMA 200 get reclaimed. That was a major spot. You know, all I could do at this point was use the wick high of the day. I think this was on PPI or CPI, some data I forgot on this day, and you know, use this as a wick high, just as a wick high rejection, and see if we can lose this as our bull trap scenario plays out. Right now we have lost it, and so what this did was give us, for now, an SFP deviation setup. You know, we reclaimed a major level. Bitcoin was unable to get it up. It then massively nuked. It was a nice 4% down. I mean, I think from wick low, 4%. Let's just see real quick. 5% even. Okay. You know, and a lot of bears, I'm sure, started shorting into this. You know, often when you get these deviation plays, makes a lot of sense to just run it back up. Test this, get the bearish retest. Into this candle is when you can get either the breakout to the, you know, possibly up to the 85s like we've been talking about, or in my opinion, which is more likely, a rejection here. This will just lead to, you know, another lower high on the lower time frames. If we go and shift to like the 5 hour, you know, this can just be another lower high on the lower time frames. While we're rejecting the daily 9, which we know has a silver cross, so we should already be gauging this as resistance, especially in this kind of environment. But then also, you know, not disrespecting the SMA 200. Getting back above would be really good confirmation to me that we're probably going to actually go and test that $86,000 level. 85.5 to 86,000. It's a massive zone for Bitcoin. You know, that was our like lower time frame range support that we were holding here. You know, we've lost it. So if we do rally up to the zone, I'll be looking at this as, you know, just like we've been saying on stream, a major rejection spot. You know, we have the daily median right around there. The 38.2% is also coming in right around $85,000. Easily today this could shift up, match us more right around the target of around 86. But I'm still on the camp today that we still need to get back above the daily 9 at the very least in order to actually play that move out. And it makes sense. If we just simply play the moving averages, the daily 9's been a nice rejection point. Deviations of it have bled down, and also just rallies up to it have rejected. And that's why I'm looking at that zone as a big spot. If Bitcoin starts closing dailies above this, holding that'll give us an easy move up to the 21. And that is sitting right now at 86,800. But we first have to get back above the daily 9. And as I'm looking at it now, I'm looking at the daily 9, and this whole way down has been a pretty big spot for Bitcoin. But then I'm also looking at it, coincidentally coming in right around where the SMA 200 is, which is kind of like a major spot for uptrends. You generally want the SMA 200 on the daily to hold. Those can often mark major spots for price to go up. Either we lose it and we reclaim it, and that can give us, the liquidity to squeeze up, or we just lose it and kind of collapse from that point. You can see, the last major dump BOLA we had was essentially after the daily lost the SMA 200. We made a nice move all the way down to $49,000. So this being right there, both of them touching each other, we have to just look at this as a major resistance spot at first. And actually, technically, this is a short setup. You would short this right here, and you'd have your stop very simply at this high, 84.5, entry at 83.8. Very tight, because if we start taking out this high, okay, maybe bull's hopium of this being a higher low will actually play out. But for this to actually solidify as a higher low, we need the higher high break, and that's why this setup and stop loss is actually quite logical to me. Because it's still playing the trend, and that's why trend is always the criteria first to any trade you should take. But it is getting, close up, and Bitcoin has pumped up nicely. I mean, it's up 2.8% today, and it's an early day so far. So, but we'll have to see, because we were talking on the Discord this scenario, playing out essentially if the 4-hour EMA 9 got reclaimed. I gave a short setup last night, but I said we can front run stop loss if you want. If we reclaim the 4-hour 9, the 4-hour 9 got reclaimed nicely. Let me just do this here. And that literally gave us our free move up to the SMA 200. But we are at lower time frames resistance, moving average resistance, and this is the logical place for bears to reject, causing a slight price divergence here, and just playing again with the overall downtrend. I'm seeing a lot of people get bullish around here now. And granted, it just went straight up, impressive bounce. But I'm looking today for bears to actually take control. They never lost it. I'm looking for them to kind of flex around here, but we'll have to see. What else was there? Oh yeah, let's go to Tether dominance. Let's check that out, because we had a 2-day close actually yesterday. We also had a 3-day. So let's see kind of what that did to the HBDR. So right now, Tether dominance is obviously losing the 38.2%. We are, though, at a bounce zone, just represented with that EMA 5. You can use the EMA 5 as like the first spot if you like to range trade moving averages. You can look at the EMA 5 as like the first zone. You start losing that, most likely going to go to the 9. But there's still a nice gap from that point, usually. Like in this case, it's a 2.3% gap, definitely tradable. But we are there now. And one thing to note is, if bulls actually start pumping this up here, it would not look the worst. If you just notice this, I'm trying to connect these, but it's not, I'm going to go to a lower time frame, like a daily. It'll just be more obvious. You can see here, the daily is not really looking that bad. Daily's at the 9 almost. Let's see the HBDR. We're at HBDR support at the 50%. But one thing to note is the point I was trying to represent is we're not really taking out the last lows, which is just to me showing bullish posturing. Didn't take this low out. Once we went here, we never took the last low, and then now so forth here. And even if we go to the daily 9, still wouldn't. You start really taking out these lows here, like the low of yesterday. yeah, I'll start looking at this as most likely going to come back down to the 5.26%, which probably lines up with our $86,000 target. But until then, this is still in a bounce region, still in an uptrend. I'm looking for bulls to get some reaction here at the daily 9, if not already. Nice. So yeah, no, 5-day now is in this region 2 on Y. You should be expecting, you should, downside, but limited downside for Tether dominance, because if we really start losing this 38.2% on the 5-day, technically per the HPDR, it's going to give you a move to the 4.69% again, which would technically mean you're deviating the EMA 100, which then would put this whole rally into question. And so looking at this, I need this zone to hold, especially with the 5-day still expanding. I'm not looking for this to start contracting, moving down towards the moving average, while this starts breaking down back into the blue zone. Generally speaking, when you start, let me get an example before I say that. Gosh, where is it? Yeah, generally when you start breaking out, especially on the 5-day, and then going back into the blue zone, yeah, it just leads to bearish momentum for Tether dominance. So for this example, we've already essentially back tested the zone. We definitely don't need to just rally out of here, but we 100% can keep doing this and bouncing, baiting longs essentially without a full breakdown before we break out, giving us a higher low in the 5-day, keeping with the overall trend, and even possibly rejecting that SMA 200 on Bitcoin, making it even easier for us. That's why I'm still bearish. Nothing's really flipped for me yet. It quickly can, though. Today, I quickly could be wrong today. That's why today's going to be very important. But I mean, still, it's just looking not bad daily, still in an uptrend, in my opinion. We just want to start seeing bulls get to work here, grind out a higher low on Tether dominance, and start really moving up closer to the 5.92%. The 5.92% will be a major zone for Tether dominance, because we can actually reclaim that. We'll be in a pretty big range on Tether dominance, essentially, where support potentially would be 5.92, and then resistance all the way up in the 6.3%. A major range, giving us a 7% range, which is very tradable, but also very big, in my opinion. How's the monthly? Okay. So yeah, monthly is still looking good, but obviously 17 days to go, so that's essentially an eternity. But why I'm bringing this up is because if we can essentially just stay specifically above, right in this zone here, if we can stay above 5.26% on a monthly close, I'll start looking at that as good. You can be gauging this if you don't like the meme lines. It's just as long as we can stay above the monthly 34. If we can stay above the monthly 34, which currently we are still above, that'll bode well for bulls, essentially. This will then be putting the monthly in it'll be shifting the structure here. We'd be assuming now, or hoping, that the EMA 34, the 5.25% acts as support, and this can keep moving us up, possibly even flipping this overall monthly uptrend downtrend back to an uptrend, which would mean that we would need to go all the way up to the 6.7%. So it's a big zone, still a long time, but big zone to hold here for bulls, especially Tether bulls. Let me get the 5 off. There's a lot of stuff. Cool. Yeah, weekly here, 2 weeks closing in about 2 days. So we're gonna have to gauge this. But yeah, as long as you're above that EMA 100, this is looking pretty nice. If we close anywhere like this, another back test into the new 2-week candle wouldn't surprise me. But I would be expecting this zone to hold. You can see, once the 2-week closed nicely, we did end up coming down and backtesting that EMA 100, and that ended up being an opportunity. Then we had a nice green dildo up, but then once we quickly lost that 5.25%, to really where we started to nuke for multiple weeks. So if we start reclaiming this, I want to see this EMA 100 shift up a little bit, possibly match support zone. That way we can at least just make the case for consolidation, adjusting to this new range, and we can possibly start filling some of that wick out and make a move up to the 5.59%. Still looking bullish though. Like really, Tether dominance will start looking questionable to me if we start losing the 5.2%. But until then, it's just looking bullish to me. And something to note about the monthly is we are possibly into April going to break above the moving average. It's something to note because generally speaking, when we do that, we do see big moves, major moves up and down when that does occur. Now we don't obviously have a volatility setup. The monthly takes a while to set up for one, but if this can actually start moving up into possibly April, end of March, this could bode well for our bear thesis, where we're probably going to start seeing markets really come down, or at least Bitcoin specifically really start coming down very soon. It's more like a race against time for bears here, and bears want to start flexing soon. Right? Because the longer it takes, the easier it becomes to start reclaiming, let's say, the SMA 200 on Bitcoin, and it's just slow shift of trend structure on a lower time frame. So we kind of just want to start seeing, trend take place here, rejection, lower high, down, and that way it kind of just makes bulls tired of longing. It's like the same thing that happened with bears and this up essentially this blast off move this whole year. Major move up, tiny dumps that ended up just being bullish overall. Any kind of shorts that were front running got absolutely smoked. Tiny pullback, still stayed with the overall trend, and then at this point, higher low, higher high, shorts got absolutely smoked. Tiny pullback, still kept the overall trend, bullish structure, and then a major move up to the higher high. Constant baiting of bears here. So we have to then look at this as a constant baiting of bulls. You're going to get those major moves up that are going to be 4, 5, 6% that are going to get everyone bullish again. But until we actually start reclaiming these levels, it's going to be cautious and be playing and respecting this trend. And again, we know exactly where we're wrong. You start really breaking, what was it? Wednesday's high. You start breaking Wednesday's high. Okay, now we're above all these levels. Great chance we're probably going to actually test that 86,000. But it still overall wouldn't do anything to this trend. For that to occur, in my opinion, let's see. Would it be 91s? I think it would. Yeah, so it'd be 91s here. I mean, bulls have to get back above 91,000 essentially. So they got some work to do, but anywhere around here can be a lower high. And how can we bait longs? It's just always constantly giving you a potential higher low hopium here. And all those do is just fuel us for more down once you take out those lows. And like visually you can see it. If we just like eliminated like these candles, like this, bulls were hoping this was going to be the higher low to the daily EMA 9 reclaim, came down, didn't take this low out, but we did. So overall, this is still very bearish. Today, though, we'll probably know if we're going to be wrong on the shorts, but until proven otherwise, I'm adding the shorts here. I'm looking at this as a major shorting opportunity, and I think that the stop loss is extremely tight here. And if you want free money, no financial advice, but consider looking for a setup here. And for me, it's the same targets, 65s to 73s. I'm essentially getting out of every single short and looking to scale for a long. And why would I be looking for this scenario? Well, it makes a lot of sense to me. 69,000 is a major point for Bitcoin. Previous cycle high, it's our last breakout zone. And to me, it makes a lot of sense. If we start coming down to this zone, you're going to see Bitcoin act in a way we haven't probably seen in a very long time, which is aggressively moving down to a point where longs are not going to want to take position and shorts are going to aggressively scale in because it's just been free money. But I do believe that once we get down to 69,000, we're going to see a mini capitulation scenario. I think it could be like we go up to here, we get a tiny bounce, we reject 73s. Everyone gets long here, just to the per the book. What was resistance should be support. It's an opportunity, but I'm not sure Bitcoin's going to give us an easy trade. I would actually more likely see something like this: aggressive drop. We hit the 64,000s and then quickly move up for this scenario, going all the way up to the 90s again, giving us that weekly lower high. And why would this make sense? Well, if we like the HBDR, right, and when we view that, I mean, per the HBDR, that would be the setup. Rejection, median rejection, coming down, losing the 9. You would then get a technical target to the 21, which is lining up nicely with the 30.2%. The next zone, if you reject the median. I'm not sure if the monthly is going to give us that full-on breakdown from here. What would make a lot more sense to me is to get a bounce. Again, trap bull. It's a higher low, monthly higher low. Bitcoin's bouncing. We're now, above 90,000. But then once we get to this point, I'm going to be looking for a major short opportunity for us to retest the $45,000. I do think the EMA 100 on the monthly will end up moving up more. And I do think that the 45s to 50,000 will be a major opportunity for Bitcoin. And this will just overall give us, our lower high on the monthly. And then here's our trend break. Breaking this, confirming a bear market. And then at that point, we probably see another mega bounce up to 69,000s. But again, just going to be looking at that as a level to level short that we potentially could play, because the weekly is in a downtrend. I mean, again, you're not really hearing crypto Twitter talk about that. It's a little funny to me, but weekly is in a downtrend. So with that, I mean, we have our lower low. We easily can come down and just keep coming down before we actually really break out from this like downtrend, not downtrend, but just this down break. We could break from that, but even if we move all the way up to this point, it would not break the overall weekly downtrend, and our invalidation would be 100,300. A little big, but on low leverage, of definitely swingable trade while everyone gets extremely bullish at resistance. And this, again, you just see even the weekly SMA 200 there. Logical place for a bounce. We probably do see this weekly EMA 100 move up. This whole entire bull market, we have not seen Bitcoin test that. So technically speaking, we should see a reaction there. We front ran it for sure. I remember into that $49,000 dump, we were talking, me and Farn, pretty heavily about the weekly EMA 100 being an opportunity. It's going to be the same exact scenario here. We stay under the 34, going to get a nice move down to the EMA 100, which is lining up right around that monthly bottom 38.2%. And it will play into the liquidity grab down once we hit 69,000. Because I do believe once we start losing 69K, that's where people who, have been longing all the way down will probably flip short. And then we're probably just going to put in a major move up, like Bitcoin likes to do, where if you short anywhere around this is like the danger zone to short, because it literally could just be like 1 or 2 days we're just all the way back up, totally away from 69,000. Shorts are just trapped. I'm a bear, but I understand trend and I understand how Bitcoin likes to move. Bitcoin likes to do a dirty dance, and the dirtier it is, the more she likes it. So this would be pretty dirty to me. You're basically talking about a 28% move down, so it fulfills the 5-day setup, and then you're talking about a potential 40% move up. Possibly, we might even see that weekly shift in favor of bulls, which is something I haven't talked about in a very long time. But now that I'm seeing the numbers with this move, I mean, that would make sense. 5-day plays out, we do the 30% move down. Weekly fires off, we get that 40% move up, everyone gets very horny and bullish, and then we reject. On the flip side, though, if we start seeing this weekly confirm expansion, which still not confirmed, will confirm possibly this week. This is a major setup. This setup generally gives us those 40% moves on Bitcoin quickly. This is what took us from 69,000 all the way up to the $108,000 level. This is also what took us from the $42,000 level all the way up to 73s. And then, the last one here being that, bear market low, taking us all the way up to the $28,000 mark. These are pivotal points. When volatility is this low, this is generally a pivotal point for the chart. And we're still very bearish. I mean, weekly loss of 34, still unable to even get back above the EMA 34 after losing it, just looking like a retest, similar to like the daily view. Next target would be that EMA 100. This entire bull market, we haven't hit that. I'm looking at that as just a major opportunity. But if the weekly starts confirming downside expansion with volatility confirming it, it's, we may not really get this scenario. This is like, in my opinion, the most bullish hopium I can give them. If you're a bull, this can get you out. This plays the trend. It's going to be scary, but if you get out on this and sell your bags, where most will probably be longing here, it could bode well. Because how terrible would it be if we get that 30 to 35% bounce? It just leads into a weekly lower high. Everyone everyone on crypto Twitter starts buying here. They're all happy. We're so back. Bears are stupid. You really called for a bear market, and then you just get this kind of move. It's definitely not like we've seen this before. We've absolutely have seen Bitcoin do something like this before. And even if we don't want to focus on this, I mean, we dumped all the way down to here. Well, no, I shouldn't use that because we were still in an uptrend right there. This is a better example. Downtrend, weekly lower high, bounced 27%. And then from that bounce of 27%, we ended up dumping 50%. Not good. So it's definitely not the craziest thing. And this is what I'm trying to say. Like, Bitcoin likes to dirty dance. This is dirty, and it makes sense. And I was talking to Farn about this yesterday. I said, how funny would it be if this SFP does lead to the bearish retest, and then this is the rejection down? It just would be funny to me if that would occur, because this was just dirty. I mean, it got shorts who were all day green, red, but also gave bears another opportunity. And if you know what you're looking at, it really does become very obvious to me. So that's Bitcoin. I hope that made sense. That was just kind of like my overall view. I just think that things are still very bearish here. We just had like a 3-day close too. We just lost the EMA 100 on the 3-day. Makes sense. We're going to rally up. Of course, shorts, are going to always get the easy move, and shorts at 79,500 probably scaled in here hoping we would get the follow through down, but we didn't. And we shot and we almost filled this whole downside 3-day candle. But we still are at major resistance. And right now, technically, this is very bearish. I mean, let me see here. Like, Bitcoin does not like to be under the 3-day EMA 100. And actually, it really hasn't been this entire bull market. We actually tested it here at the low 50s. This was a major opportunity. From that point, this led us up 31%. Very easy long here as well. That $49,000 wick low, never lost that EMA 100, held it, and we got the move up. From that move up here, gave us a 17%, but from the wick low, a 32%. Interesting. And then here, we lost it. So this is the hopium, is bulls need this scenario to play out. Lose it and then quickly reclaim it. You start rejecting down, and specifically just the 3 occurrences where we've tested it, they've been pretty major spots for Bitcoin on the bottoms for bulls. As long as we're under that, to me, it doesn't really make sense to get too excited for longs quite yet. but it can easily give you a setup to long this potentially if it continues to hold. What was that? Is it the 2-day? Let me see this. Yeah, let me check the 2-month. Let me go to this chart. Getting a lot of LARP lines on my chart. There we go. The 2-month kind of just becomes clear. It's just like Bitcoin's going to have an objective here. The trend overall on the 2-month is still up, and the monthly, of course. But I mean, it's a massive inefficiency here when you just move up only. I really do believe the 2-month 9 is going to be a magnet here. Not just, and this again just plays into my idea. This is a zone a lot of people are going to be looking at. Makes sense to just come down, wick here, and then spring up. I'm really going to be looking at that scenario, specifically the dump scenario I just gave essentially is the one that's very, very likely. And to me, when I view the 2-month, Bitcoin just already put in the wick high rejection. Bears have control here, and if they want, they can turn this into a really nasty 2-month candle. And that would really be what you would need to get everyone really bearish. Just a massive 2-month red girthy candle. But with what we know with these moving averages, the 2-month 9 has been a very big spot for Bitcoin. And until we lose that, until we actually do lose that, the bull hopium is going to be alive because the monthly trend is up. The 2-month trend is up, and also the 2-month 9 is coming in now really nicely around the 2021 cycle high. That is bullish to me. But it also tells me that this is a really big spot. You start losing this zone, specifically the 2-month 9, and it's over for Bitcoin, in my opinion. You're probably very easily going to go to 53s and make our way down to the $44,000 mark. And it makes sense. I mean, 2-month 9 populated, dumped into it, major opportunity. And also on that zone, on that dump into this price action, you'll take note that price literally had a free move down to the 2-month 9. We tapped it perfectly. That's what gave us a majors bounce, was the 2-month 9, in my opinion. That led us up 131%. And then when we lost the 2-month 9 here, this is really what sparked a major move down. From that point, Bitcoin went down 55%. So no matter how you look at it, this 2-month 9 is very important. It's very bullish, the fact that this has been able to go all the way up from like the 43s all the way up to a point that this has never been up this high before. This matching this 2021 cycle high really solidifies this zone for me for bulls and bears. Need this to hold, and we should really blast off from here and easily can move up to like 90s. Or we start losing this. Something is really wrong on Bitcoin. We're probably going to see a major collapse. We also see the 2-month has the lowest volatility ever recorded or ever seen in Bitcoin's history. It's just interesting to see that. And we also see the 2-month 9 and the 21. This happened a while ago. And so this is why we've been so bullish. But just interesting to see that the 2-month 9 and the 21 have crossed. And that was the first cross ever. That was nice. The results there were pretty nice, I will say. Yeah, not really getting much on that. Big spot. It's just a big spot here. Yeah, I wish this monthly was closing sooner. It's going to be a long month. It's going to be a long month for bulls and bears. This monthly 9 has been holding this entire bull market. We've lost it. What was it here once when Bitcoin was at 25,000? As soon as we got back above it, it didn't lose it one time. So, it's a big spot here, regardless. 80,000 psychological number. It's just a big spot. So it's going to be a long month. Let's check out now Bitcoin dominance, and I'll get off the mic. Yeah, let me go to the weekly. So weekly still an uptrend on Bitcoin dominance. Seeing a lot of people get bearish on Bitcoin dominance. I don't understand that, honestly. You can get bearish on Bitcoin dominance if we start losing like let's say the 21, weekly 21. Then you can get bearish on Bitcoin dominance. Till then, I mean, this is just in a very strong uptrend. We were talking about this zone being a major spot, and we wanted to see this reject and give us that weekly lower high, not taking out this wick high. We did take the wick high out. We made the higher high. We've come all the way down to the weekly 9, a logical spot to form a weekly higher low. And now we're getting the reaction. While Bitcoin is still going down, that's bearish though. It's not good for altcoins. This is a terrible environment to hold altcoins, in my opinion. But I mean, while everyone is still hoping that altcoins are going to do something, this is just grinding out a higher low, and possibly now it's ready for the higher high break. Which I do believe will occur when Bitcoin breaks down. I could be totally wrong on that, but I do believe that when we start seeing this break the 64%, this is going to be when Bitcoin starts capitulating. And this is when you're going to really, once Bitcoin dominance is above 64%, altcoins are probably going to be down enormously, way, way lower than probably even their 2022 bear market lows, in my opinion. And that's just because of this spot here on Bitcoin dominance. Is just haven't really tested this in a really long time. This would just be a major shift of structure, getting back above 64% and just really solidify this monthly uptrend back above healthily the monthly 100, which we've never been above that in the history of Tether dominance, which is interesting, right? That's very interesting, especially with how we know how strong that monthly EMA 100 is. Hopefully for bulls, for altcoin bulls, the monthly rejects here, which is still good. Like I said, long month, important month. But if we don't, and this reclaims the zone, and we start getting back with 64%, you're really gonna, for the culture, see a move up to 69%, and we easily can range trade this, like boom, 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 boom. And in this, your altcoins die. They go to zero. Legitimately, will just lose all of their value. And then you hope, and then this breaks out again, and then boom, you lose more of your net worth. That's why in a bear market, altcoins are one of the worst forms of investment you can do, specifically altcoins that have never seen a bear market before. We're talking about the altcoins that popped up in this bull market. The rookie mistake is going balls deep in altcoins when we're towards the end of the cycle, like we are, and you think of the price action of what we had when we were in a bull market, totally disregarding the fact that these coins, what's a good one? What's that one coin called? That's an absolute shit coin. Barts? No.
Brett.
Thank you. I knew you would get me. Thank you. Like Brett, for example.
Any opportunity I can have to shit on this piece of garbage.
For example, Brett, launched in a bull market, was epic to hold in a bull market. In a bull market, keyword. I mean, you're printing, you're making money. This is great. This has never seen a bear market. This is dead. I could put money that we're never going to see ever the high taken out again. This is over. This is it. And this is why you don't want to be in a bull market aggressively scaling longs in an altcoin. And look, we had a higher high. The trend was up. Look, the trend was up above the monthly 9. It doesn't matter. These altcoins are terrible, and they're just vices to lose money for newbies, in my opinion. And I've seen it over and over and over again because I was the newbie doing that. So in this environment, this is the worst environment to own altcoins, in my opinion. And everyone needs to just be very cautious of that. So let's quickly look at Bitcoin daily and I'll get off. We are getting that rejection now, I'm seeing. Let me see. Yeah, so we're rejecting now. I need to see bears start flexing. I need to see this daily flip red. And I want to start really capitulating down to 73s. Like I said, it's a race against time here for bears. The longer we kind of just chip chop, not really doing much, just kind of like this and this and this and this. I'm going to be looking at this as a baiting for shorts. And then, we could break out. That's why I just want to see the bearish retest done, the aggressive moves in, and I want to start seeing this now start going down. To the book, this was it. Let's go down. And even viewing this chart, we have some resistance here, mean line resistance. If I throw it on a 4-hour, I'll do it on a 5-hour. And now this is turning into a very ugly 5-hour shooting star. Who could have predicted that? So we'll have to see how this goes into today. But I think I was pretty detailed enough to know that you guys should know my bias into today. So yeah, that's it.
Let me unmute myself.
Is Alejandro doing his thing? Is he there?
I'm not sure.
Yes, I'm here. I just have to run up and down.
Oh, I see.
I'm listening to everything. Yes, sir.
I'm like, have we been live this whole time?
Yeah. You've been talking to me this whole time? Yeah. No, I'm here. I'm just running from upstairs to downstairs. Almost done though.
Good exercise. That's good.
Whew. Imagine we weren't live and we were just talking to ourselves.
That'd be awesome. It's kind of like the group chat right now, just but with more charts.
All right. Let us start with the quarterly because it fits my bias the most. As of right now on the quarterly, let's switch this view a little bit to. Do I want it in logarithmic? Yes, I do want it in logarithmic. Right now on the quarterly, we do have multiple rejections of the median. And whenever you get those at an absolute minimum, you will get a retest of this 5 EMA, which we've gotten pretty close to, but we haven't really tapped it just yet. And this 5 EMA is where you're going to expect your first significant level of support to come from. From that rejection of the median, our 5 EMA is sitting at right around $72,900. And if you keep in mind, $73,000 is the number that keeps coming back up that we've been talking about for the past couple of weeks. That area, even if we're bearish, is likely to give you at least somewhat of a bounce because of the significance of that quarterly 5 EMA. But eventually that bounce is likely to fail because you do have a mathematical chance, a probability of when you reject the median of correcting back down to the bottom 38.2%. Which right now that 38.2% sits at about $57,000 to $58,000. Keep that number in the back of your mind as well. It's going to come back up a lot. And right now on the momentum on the quarterly, we have dropped below the moving average with volatility expanding. The last time that this has ever happened was in around January of 2022 when price was sitting around $48,000. And that same month, it went down to $32,000. And then the next quarter, it went down to $17,500. Quite the move. And we have the same exact setup that we have not had since January of 2022. It's like, keep this fact in the back of your mind as well. This is the first of many signs that you're going to see that compare us now to the start of the bear market in 2022. This is one of them. Excuse me for blowing my nose a little bit. I woke up with a sore throat and a stuffy nose.
Terrible.
I hate being sick.
I hope I don't get sick, bro.
On the monthly. Come on. On the monthly momentum also dropped below the moving average, and however, volatility is still contracting. Once we lose this 9 EMA on a monthly closing basis, that volatility is very likely to start expanding, and we're probably going to go to that bottom 38.2% rather quickly. And that number right now, and you do have a mathematical probability of hitting that area since you've rejected the median multiple times. And that number right now sits right next to our monthly 21 EMA at $63,000. Keep the $63,000 number in the back of your mind. Because if you switch over to the quarterly, that sits right around our quarterly 9 EMA, which is also going to be a very significant area of support. So what's likely to happen is you come down to 73s, get a little bit of a bounce there. That fails. Come down to 62 to 63, get a little bit of a bounce there, then eventually down to 58. Probably a bigger bounce around 58 to 61. And if you look on the monthly jewel, we have now officially lost the curvature, we've lost the bicycle, and we're about to lose the pink. And if you notice, this is the lower high on the jewel where price actually made a higher high. Now you have monthly bearish divergence on the jewel as well. It's not looking good all the way around. Last time you had monthly bearish divergence on the jewel was also back around here during late 2021 into our 2022 bear market. There's a second point that goes along with the comparison with the 2022 bear market. On the 2-week, We have lost 38.2%. We've dropped into the bearish control zone with volatility expansion, and we've gotten a God mode sell signal on the jewel. We're very close to losing our 2-week 21 EMA as well. If you lose that 21, you're gonna have a minimum correction of down to the 55 EMA, which the 55 EMA right now sits at $62,200. $800 below that $63,000 number. That number comes back up once again. And if you were to look at the last time momentum was this low on the HPDR momentum, it was back in December of 2022 off of the bear market bottom, but this was a higher low. As of right now, we're making lower lows. So we'd have to look at when it entered here freshly and it started making lower lows. That was right over here in January of 2022. Another point from January of 2022 bear market. And if you can't tell by now, I'm all but formally saying bear market. It's not completely confirmed, it's just really screaming that way to me right now. The only invalidation for that is if Bitcoin solidly reclaims $100,000 on a daily close. Then I'll say, all right, we're probably going to 150s, 160s. It's probably going to get really crazy. But until then, I'm leaning more towards bear market at the moment. On weekly, we're also dropped into the bearish control zone with volatility pointed sharply up. We got the jewel losing the bullish control zone. We have the pink crossing below the yellow. It's looking bad all the way around. Let's draw with a vertical line right here with the jewel pink cross below the yellow. Draw one right there. Right there. That should be enough. Now, let's see how much of a move it produced. This one was quite the failure. I think I drew it wrong. Let me make sure. Indeed. I drew it right on the cross. Should do it one before. And that's actually not really a failure. How much of a move down did we get? 23.69% or 28% to the downside. Quite respectable. On this one, 65% to the downside, and then eventually you went lower. How much lower? 82%. This initially bounced about, well, first it went down. It went down 19%, so this could be considered a success, even though it did bounce a little bit higher. And then it eventually went down 52%. So let's say 20% for this one because it did bounce up higher. This one, 49, 51%. Minimum move so far seems to be 20%. So it's quite large. Beautiful, 69%. Very nice number. 31%. And as of now, how much are we down? Only 22%. So now we've met the minimum number. So in the most bullish hopium scenario possible, where say George is right and say Scott Milker is right about the tailwinds, that we've made our bottom in 22% and then we continue up from here. Only scenario that happens is if we reclaim $100,000 from daily closing basis, and then probably they'll be right, and then we'll look like retards and we'll go to $150,000. But as of right now, that's positioned to not likely happen. And if we were to take the middle move around 33%, that brings us down to about, oops, 33% brings us to about $64,000. Right next to that $63,000 number. Once again comes up. We're going to take the middle move around 50%. Brings us to about $47,000. Another very important number to keep in the back of your mind. Let's do just for the laughsies, around 69%. That brings us to about $29,000. A little bit lower than what I think we'll probably go to at the end, bottom of the bear market, but just worth bringing up. Hey, maybe Tether will collapse and Binance will suspend withdrawals if that's what happens and we go to $29,000. Just for curiosity, if Binance were to do the FTX thing, what price do you think it would go to? I'm guessing below 30 for sure. On the 5-day, we have momentum dropping into the bearish control zone with volatility still supporting it. And on the 5-day, we're getting that jewel signal where the pink has crossed below the yellow. Hopium right now is if we can hold this 55 EMA on a closing basis, preferably close over the 61.8, which is that 83,233, then we can see a little bit of a bounce into that 5 EMA, which is still very likely to be a rejection. And that's sitting at about $86,800. This is that $86,000, $85,000 number we've been talking about for a while. That if we do end up bouncing from here and make a little bit of a local bottom, that would likely be our next rejection point into a lower low. Right now, we are pretty close to getting that bounce right with momentum very close to crossing back above the moving average. 2-day has freshly silver crossed to the downside, which as of right now, we haven't exactly gotten the move into the 9 EMA just yet. 2-day momentum has started crossing back up. It has gotten down to the bearish control zone with volatility currently pointed down. And if we do get a retest of that silver cross to the 9 EMA, what I like to see is that now the 9 EMA is bunched right up with the 100, making it an even more significant level of resistance. And that at the moment lines up at about $85,000, $85,500, very close to the $86,000 number, but in that same range between 85 and 86. This area is likely to be very significant support, and this is what likely dumps us towards that 2-day 200 SMA at $73,000. But once again, 73,000 number comes up again. Daily as well has momentum pointing to the upside. And did we form? Price on this one was 80,759. Price on this one is not just higher low, so there's no divergence. Oh, but we are very close to losing the bearish control zone right now. This should be looked at as a corrective bounce because volatility is dropping. So from there, if we do reclaim this 200 SMA on the closing basis, which right now it is resistance at 83,750, 83,760, we should see a move into somewhere around the 21 EMA, which is about that $86,000 number. Very, very high probability this is going to be your rejection zone for a lower low once again because it lines up with the median also. It's very high probability of resistance in this area. 4 hours now switching back down on momentum, still above the moving average, however, it hasn't confirmed downwards momentum just yet. But this is the area where you would look for it to be resistance right at this reset zone, and it lines up with retesting this 55 EMA and rejecting it once again. So if we do end up closing below this candle's open at around 82,235, then likely this is going to be our next major lower high before we break these lows, and we're probably going to go straight towards 73,000 at that point. Right now, the confirmation to get above this area and go towards 86s is going to be closing above $84,000 on this 55 EMA on a 4-hour basis. That likely sends us up to the 100 around that $86,000 zone. And if you look at the 4-hour jewel, we are starting to lose the sell signal and flip back around into an upwards posturing, very close to getting the buy signal. Leads towards a short-term bounce and long-term, mid-term bull trap. Oh, I forgot to do the thing. It's too late now. On the quarterly, we still have active hidden bullish divergence, but at this point, kind of a formality. Seems like that's going to be invalidated very soon. Not very soon, but eventually. And and once that's invalidated, if you notice, we're making lower highs in the RSI with higher highs in price action. The invalidation of this hidden bullish divergence will confirm a third drive of bearish divergence. And bearish divergence on the quarterly is usually pretty terrible. I was thinking of another word, but it didn't come to mind. Last time we had bearish divergence on the quarterly, we went from about $13,800 towards $3,300. Quite nasty. And the other time we had bearish divergence, we went from about $1,242 towards about $300, no, $166. So this time around, to see it drop towards what my bias is around $46,000, doesn't seem like that much. Seems like quite the easy move. Monthly has already confirmed the bearish divergence on the last close, and monthly bearish divergence, some ring details. Every single time we've had that, it has been the start of the bear market. So there is little hopium right now, leaning towards the side that we're going to put in higher highs towards somewhere around the end of this year. Seems a little bit unlikely. Sure, it's still possible. Anything is possible. Bitcoin could go to $1 million tomorrow. It could go to $0 tomorrow. It's possibilities, just not high probability. And right now, based off the RSI, your first target would be the bullish control zone, which right now that level sits at about $75,000, very close towards 72, 73s. 2 week has confirmed 3 drives of bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below about 99,520, that $100,000 area. And your next target of that bearish divergence is going to be this 55 EMA at about $63,000. That number once again comes up. Come on. Weekly, I do have to mention this, even though it disagrees with my bias. Weekly does have possible hidden bullish divergence with momentum dropping below all of these lows, price action making a higher low. It's going to be a little difficult to confirm it though. It's just a possibility of hidden bullish divergence. It's not active until you close above $94,468. So $94,469. Close over that area, you will have your hidden bullish divergence, and that likely sends you to current all-time highs. Right now, it does seem a little unlikely though, because there's this fuel sell signal, and we'll get to it on the momentum chart, with volatility expanding from many periods of 0%. 5-day has already confirmed bearish divergence, but just like the weekly, it does have possible hidden bullish divergence. To confirm it, you'll have to close above 95,151. So the same number as before, and that likely sends you to current all-time highs. 2-day has a fresh drive of hidden bearish divergence off this lower high with the silver cross on the downside. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below $84,500. And your next target off that hidden bearish divergence is going to be just 200 at around 73,000. Once again, the same number. Daily does have regular bullish divergence confirmed, and it's going to be confirmed active as long as you're closing above about $76,702. And your confirmation for the next tick on the divergence or the next move up is going to be a close above $84,345. That very likely sends you up towards somewhere around this 21 EMA at around that $86,000 area. Very high probability this is going to be a rejection, deviation of this 200, and then down pretty hard towards that 73s. For our 3 drives of bullish divergence confirmed, it's going to be active as long as you're closing above $79,960. And if you were to close over 83,930, that would give you a target of that 100, which is right now sitting at around 85,800 to $86,000. Ding! I remembered it this time. Okay, zoom out. On the monthly at the moment, we are getting a looming volatility set up with volatility dropping below 15%. And we've only had that happen one time in the last like year and a half. And that was towards the upside during our United States setup of late 2023, when we initially started this bull market to the upside, like parabolically. The other time that happened before that was to the downside, and that was during our Luna dump. So in the last 2 times, only one has happened to the upside, one has happened to the downside. There is one similarity between the time we have now that we didn't have when we went to the upside, and we had it when we went to the downside for Luna. That similarity is we have monthly bearish divergence right now confirmed, where we closed down on our momentum. We made a lower high in momentum, a higher high in price action. We only did that during our Luna dump setup. So right now, it seems very likely we're going to have a similar setup that we had to Luna, with momentum pointing to the downside, volatility coming from below 15%. and we're going to be pointing down as long as we're below $100 to $2,000. That's one of the most bearish details that I'm going to mention on this stream today, is the similarities between this setup right now, this momentum setup and setup we had in 2022 are shockingly similar. Not that I'm saying Bitcoin is going to go down to $17,000 again. I'm just saying it's very similar to setup. Probably never see $17,000 in your lifetime ever again. And that'll be my famous last words, because might even just go to zero tomorrow. On the 2-week, we're getting momentum shifting down. Also, we're getting bearish divergence confirmed on the 2-week, and we're pointing down below $99,300. Weekly, we have that volatility set up with mini periods of 0% now starting to expand, and we're pointing down with a dip of death as long as we're below $99,800. 5-day as well, with the volatility set up, many periods of 0% started expanding above 15%. And as of right now, we're pointing down below 89,250. 2-day also pointed to the downside with volatility expansion, and we're pointing down below 87,900. So even if we were to go up to that $86,000 area, it would still keep momentum to the downside. The only time frame which right now is currently pointed up is the daily, and the daily will be pointed up as long as you're above $81,050, which does line up with getting that one little try to the upside to tap that $86,000 area and make a lower high, and then continue to the downside. 4 hours also now starting to flip back up, rejecting the bearish control zone, and it's going to be flipped up as long as you're above $81,150. So all of the higher time frames on Bitcoin are starting to align to the downside now. We have confirmed bearish divergence on the RSI, the stochastic, and the Jewel, and they're all giving you the same signals that you got in 2022 bear market. Many different setups are giving you that same setup from 2022 bear market, with the confirmed bearish divergence on the monthly stochastic, with the RSI, volatility dropping below 15%, primed for a major move to the downside right now. And the probabilities are to the downside because of the bearish divergence and your momentum pointing down. Only thing leading kind of slightly bullish right now is on the lower time frames, like the daily momentum is starting to flip up, and the 4-hour momentum is starting to flip up, giving you an idea you're going to get somewhat of a bounce from here towards somewhere around, which you are seeing right now, a bounce towards somewhere around like $86,000 area. Very likely you're going to put another lower high there, put in some hidden bearish divergence, and that'll send you down to 73s. A little bit of a bounce to 73s, then maybe down to somewhere around 63, 64, probably a little bit of a bounce there. Then eventually around somewhere around like 57. But my higher bias is somewhere around 57 to 61 is where you're going to see your significant bounce. And that bounce maybe even takes you somewhere up to like $78,000, maybe even $80,000. Very likely rejects, and from there you probably are deep within the bear market, and I would look for somewhere around $45,000 to $46,000 next.
Very bullish if you ask me. And please, George, if you're listening to this, cover your ears. Wow. Not looking great.
George, blink twice if you need a liver transplant.
You can just see in the yellow of the eyes. It's the way to tell. Oh man, terrible news for I guess Alex Becker too.
Yeah, he never sold his Ethereum.
That's good. And what was the number that Bitcoin was never going to come down from?
I said 17,000. You'll never see it again.
Well, no, he said it recently. He was like,
"Oh, I thought you said me."
No, Alex. No, Mr. Becker.
Mr. Becker. It was like 90K.
Yeah, it was like 90K. You're never going to see Bitcoin again under 90K. He's good at getting hyped up.
Oh yeah, he's real fast at doing that, and then he also does the doom to the downside real fast too.
Well, once it's too late.
Yeah.
Once everybody's fucked, that's when he's quickly to turn.
But guys, good news over here. I was yesterday on a show and I was telling everyone about the tailwinds ahead. Unless there is like a recession or something, there shouldn't be anything wrong with Bitcoin. It should go way higher. And honestly, what I think is going to happen is everyone's expecting it to fall. It's going to go to 150, and we'll go from there. Tailwinds.
Thank you, Scott.
Beautiful, Scott. I love the analysis.
There you go. That's, man, you guys in this channel, everyone watching gets the best analysis from the best analysts on earth. Not
Welcome.
only ETA.
All
Yeah.
they're missing is Ren. You got to learn how to do the crypto Ren voice.
Yeah, to tie into Scott's, bullish OPM, JP Morgan Economics just released a statement. They see a 40% chance of a recession in 2025.
I don't like that they're adding this recession chat, whatever, because that's ruining my mojo.
Yeah, I know the articles. I'm always like, bottom question mark, but I don't know. It's been a big question since 2022.
Yeah,
I don't know.
Well, if we just change the name of the recession, like again, like in 2022, because in 2022 we didn't have one. Papi Biden told me that. He was like, where am I? Sorry, Mr. Biden, you shouldn't be here. All right, he's gone. Sorry, guys. All right, let's go. Bitcoin. Damas y caballeros. Y hang on a second. Let me tell you what's next. I'm sorry. I can't find the Chinese Netflix, by the way.
Chinese
Is that a thing?
I mean, yeah, there's this member of Elite that keeps asking me to check out
I
this
think
fucking
I know.
Chinese.
I think I know what it's called. Netflix.
Hang on a second. TLT and Netflix.
Oh yes, I watch it in Netflix.
Yeah, I don't see it here. All right, we're gonna do Rivian, and then afterwards it's RGC.
I'll do Rivian because I give a short. All right. PC, I don't even
RGC.
RG.
Really gay company.
Really, the really gay company. It's it's probably going down at this point after all the Twitter things and the Nazis all over the streets.
Oh, it's going down, huh?
It's probably well, not in a gay way, in a in a bearish way. It's most likely it. All right. Aquí tenemos Bitcoin, damas y caballeros. Lo tenemos después de escuchar estos análisis. Continuamos bajistas con la oportunidad de un rebote, tal vez para hacer un alto más bajo. Estaríamos esperando este alto más bajo por acá en los $86,000. De ser rechazado, vamos para abajo. De poder romper esta barrera, probablemente vayamos a visitar aún más arriba el tope de esos, ¿cómo se llama? De ese tipo de movimientos serían por ahí de los 91, aunque nosotros creemos que 86 debería funcionar como resistencia, sobre todo viendo las temporalidades menos la de 4 horas. Con eso dicho y hecho, solamente quería ahorrarle el análisis a aquellos que tengan que ir al baño corriendo. Ahí lo tenemos. Soy el único que tiene que hacer eso. Tal vez soy el único que tiene que hacer eso. Podemos ver que el Bitcoin en la de 3 meses continúa esta tendencia alcista, pero nos podría estar poniendo un tope como lo hizo en el 2021. Empezamos a ver todos los datos y tablas y todo tipo de cosas que empiezan a aparecer 2022. Habíamos tenido un setup de volatilidad a la alza, pero continúa empujando y esto está ahora dándose a la baja. Recuerden que la volatilidad se puede flipar, empujar el precio. Si iba para arriba, para abajo también. Siempre y cuando continúe empujando, simplemente hay un flip de momentum, la volatilidad continúa empujando y vámonos al nepe. Así que atentos por acá, pero por ahora seguimos bastante alcistas en la de 3 meses, pero de nuevo toma bastante tiempo para que esta tabla juegue. Mensual. Hemos tenido estructura. Cuando hablamos de estructura de velas, podemos ver altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, altos más altos, bajos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos, bajos más altos. Pero, atentos, tenemos una vela topera por acá, que es una vela topera, una vela que se ve así, gordita de abajo. El cuerpo de un árabe normal. No sé por qué tienen el culo y las lonjas tan grandes y nada más. Son mi gente, así que lo puedo decir, no se preocupen, soy lebanés. Después de tener esta vela topera, que normalmente una vela topera la conforma un cuerpo un cuerpo del tamaño total de la vela de no más de 25%, esto lo cumple, y en la parte baja, ahí esto lo cumple. ¿Qué nos daría una confirmación? Un cierre por debajo de 91,354, nos lo dio. Tenemos esta caída y ahora tenemos más. Esto ya es una confirmación, en mi opinión, sobre todo en una tabla mensual, donde tienes divergencias bajistas también. Cada vez que hemos acabado un ciclo de Bitcoin alcista, acaba en una divergencia bajista mensual, y esa ya la tenemos y ya está jugando. Hablando de volatilidad mensual, está buscando hacer un setup, el setup más potente de toda su historia. Está yendo al nivel más bajo, pero todavía no rebota, no ha hecho nada. Esto continúa para abajo. Entonces, mensualmente estamos hablando de un cambio a bajista, adelantándonos un poco a perder el 9, que el 9 se encuentra en los 80,621. Por esto para mí ayer lo dije en Emprendedores, ahorita van a ver el show. O sea, sí, ahorita todos ustedes van a ver el show. No sé por qué dije eso, pendejo que soy. Pierdes esto, los 80,619 en cierres diarios, vámonos, o sea, estás hablando de irte a mínimo visitar la zona de los 69, si es que no, hasta el promedio del 21 en los 66,000. Así que atentos por ahí. Y también les voy a poner el HPDR, vamos a ver qué es lo que está haciendo el precio por acá, rápidamente para ponerle cara al niño, hijo. Uy, estamos siendo literalmente rechazados por la media en los 83,794. Eso nos da más preferencia ir a visitar una vez más el promedio del 9, que está en los 80,656. De perderlo, el viaje es a la parte baja de la zona azul en 62,379. Todavía faltan 17 días y 10 horas para cerrar esta vela, pero vamos a estar al pendiente. Por ahora el rechazo de la media nos da más preferencia a ir a la parte baja que a la parte alta. Así que atención por ahí. Vámonos a la de 2 semanas también. Un poco de lo mismo. Tenemos esta vela topera por acá, el famoso rechazo de la media cayendo de la zona azul. Ahora perdiendo la zona azul, cayendo el 61,8% y buscando este delicioso 78,6%, pero como ya buscamos aquí abajo y clipamos el promedio del 21, muy probablemente vayamos al 34, que se encuentre en los $72,000. Ese sería el siguiente objetivo en la de 2 semanas. Vamos a ver si hay algo de volatilidad. Volatilidad está contrayendo, como lo pueden ver. Para la gente que está viendo esto por primera vez, esto es un indicador de volatilidad, se llama BBWP. Simplemente te metes a Indicators, pones BBWP y te aparece esta chingadera. La volatilidad es la línea de colores. El promedio de la volatilidad es la línea blanca y nosotros consideramos setups, o sea, algo válido para que nos ayude a entender el empuje de precio una vez que cae debajo del 15% y luego empuja. Este 15%, esta línea me la puse yo. Esto es 0%, esto es 100%. Solamente para los que no lo han visto, estos son periodos de 100% de volatilidad. Los rojos, y cuando veas de esas azules, es de 0% de volatilidad. Ahora, volatilidad contrayendo. ¿Qué esperaríamos? Bueno, si somos vivos por acá, nos gustaría ver no nada más que levantemos del 84,796, que una vez más nos pone abajo de la media en la mensual, nos pone arriba de la media en la mensual. También nos daría un viaje al promedio del 9, que está en 90,680. Eso para mí es donde podríamos encontrar el siguiente top. Tenemos que subir a huevo, o sea, no nada más va a bajar. Sí, por cierto, si esto nada más baja, esto sería lo peor que hemos visto en este mercado, mis estimados. Y la razón por qué lo digo es porque si llega a bajar esto tal cual, no tuvo nada de fuerza ni para pelear la bajada. Y mínimo en todos los mercados bajistas hemos tenido golpes a la alza que hacen pensar a toda la gente, todo va a estar bien, todo va a estar subiendo muy pronto. Pero en realidad, no. Así que yo creo que nos falta uno de esos rallies. Vamos a ver si va a ser la zona de los 86, si va a ser la zona de los 90, 691, pero yo creo que podríamos tener un rally. Ahora, por ahora no te estoy diciendo que esto está ocurriendo ya, así que también tengo que ponerlo en la mesa. Tenemos también por acá la pérdida de la media, la pérdida de la zona azul, velazo para abajo, nos aguantó el 78,6%, pero estamos justamente acá, nos faltan 2 días y 10 horas para cerrar esta vela y acá podemos ver un poco de resistencia en la zona de los 83,288, donde podría estar dándonos resistencia el promedio del 34 y eso nos podría mandar al siguiente, al promedio del 55 y si es que no lo para a la zona del 88,3% en $71,200. Atentos y atentos acá porque estamos a punto de tener un setup a la baja. Por ahora mínimo estamos contrayendo en volatilidad. Habíamos empezado a empujar por encima del 15%, pero no, todavía no lo logramos. Una vez que esta línea suba el 15%, vamos a ver en qué dirección está el precio. Por ahora está en verde, bien, faltan 2 días y 10 horas, pero si ven esto empujar y esta vela volverse roja, corran, porque el 95% va a ser nuestro mejor amigo. Vamos a ver si el 5 días nos cuenta un poco adelantado esto. El 5 días nos dio expansión a la baja. Esta expansión a la baja normalmente es de un 30%. Ese 30% de donde nos dio la expansión a la baja, que es justamente acá, serían los potentes $62,000. Justamente se combinaría con el 95% de nuestro HPDR y pues sabrían que esto está bastante bien cocinado. Tenemos esta estructura por acá, creando altos más bajos, altos más bajos. Y en la semanal y en la de 5 días también. Esta es una tabla bajista, por cierto. Ya estamos en una tendencia bajista en casi todas las temporalidades. Diaria. ¿Dónde mierda está mi diaria? No sé qué me pasó en la cabeza. Bueno, sí sé qué me está pasando en la cabeza. En la diaria podemos ver, estamos muy por debajo de la zona azul, la hemos perdido, pum, estamos intentando regresar, pero tenemos dos obstáculos. Voy a quitar mi HPDR para que lo puedan ver de una. Y nuestros obstáculos son nuestro SMI 200 y nuestro promedio del 9. De no poder tomar estos niveles simplemente en los 83,700 y tener cierres por encima, le vamos a dar prioridad a la baja. Si, como sea, empezamos a ganar esta zona en cierres acá, podría que veamos ese movimiento a la alza y luego a la baja. Atención, esta línea que viene en diagonal meme ha funcionado perfecto como resistencia. Es muy probablemente donde el precio se encuentre la próxima resistencia en el próximo empujón que haga pensar a todos que el mercado es alcista. Por ahora, la volatilidad en nuestra tabla diaria continúa expandiendo, está en 86%, a punto de llegar a esos extremos. Y la expansión fue ante esta vela roja, pero ahora que se está yendo de lado, parece ser que está simplemente consolidando el precio. Puesto sencillo para todos ustedes, arriba de 83,738, un par de cierres diarios por ahí nos haría pensar que vamos a buscar primero los 86,700 y después los entre los 89 y los 91. Ahí es donde nosotros pensamos que podríamos encontrar nuestro siguiente alto más bajo y de ahí nos iríamos más para abajo, más para abajo. Ya lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Vamos a empezar con Rivian. Is that what you got, Alex? We're doing Rivian now?
Yeah, let me show that.
Let me get my banners.
Let me go to the chart. Nice.
Boom.
Sweet. Let's see what has occurred on Rivian. You know, it looked so bearish to me that before I even charted last stream, I just immediately gave a short trigger. Let's see how that's played out so far. You know, Rivian was kind of like, I was looking at this lower time frame wedge here. You know, to me, it looked like it was at the point that, you know, we're probably going to see more downside. I talked about it on stream, and I was just simply playing the daily silver cross. I mean, rallies up to the daily 9 very simply have rejected. And you know, until we reclaim that, this just to me seemed like more rejection while this got very tight. But now we see we're breaking down, and this is significant because, you know, this zone specifically on a weekly has been holding very nicely. This week today is possibly going to be the first breakdown that we're going to have on this channel here, and the next objective will be to go around the $10, possibly take out this wick low real fast, and then I'd want to see a retest, the same exact thing that I talked about last stream. To me, $10 is going to be a major spot for Rivian. It would make sense to see some kind of reaction around there. But I don't think that the dump's going to stop there. Rather, just give us an easy lower high short opportunity again. And that's because of the weekly volatility. Weekly volatility is at the lowest ever recorded on Rivian's history. Last couple occurrences has given us pretty massive moves. And to put it in perspective, volatility has never been that low before. So we have to assume now that we're breaking down, you know, now that the 9s crossed the weekly 21, now that we're losing this diagonal, that this is going to start making its way down to the $8 to $7. That's just simply based on the monthly trend. Monthly trend has been very important for Rivian, but it's also been guiding my bias on we definitely could be revisiting these lows within, you know, this year, next year. And that's just because of the monthly trend and where we're at. It's a big zone, you know, it's $10 zone is very significant for Rivian. Losing that would aggressively, in my opinion, take us down to at least test this low here. And then, bulls have to hope it's like double bottom hopium, where it bounces up, it held here, and then we can just start slowly moving up from there. But most double bottoms and double tops fail. And rather, I think with the trend being down with consistent lower highs on the monthly, very obvious here, just consistent lower highs, our most obvious objective with these lower highs has always been to just target the last previous low. With the downtrend, it just makes sense. Lower highs equal lower lows. And for me, that is really the dump will really start moving once we lose $10 on a monthly close. And then that should give us that breakdown lower low target, which per the HPDR, I'm getting a $7.35 target. So nothing can stop Rivian from possibly wicking maybe to like $6.80 to like $6.90. There, I'll be looking at that as an opportunity, possibly, even if you're playing the downtrend. Great chance that we're going to see some reaction here. Now, that reaction could easily lead to another monthly lower high. But as we know, Rivian likes to make those pretty big moves up that, ultimately don't lead to any bullish follow through. But regardless, a 24 to 30% move comfortably is definitely something to consider if you're a trader. Investing, same. I mean, this is the spot that we would expect to bounce. And if we go to the weekly here, we'd be at that point at the extremes. I mean, of the HPDR on the weekly. So, gearing a bounce in this zone would make a lot of sense to me. And even if we wick down to like $6.80 on the weekly, or at the 95 to 97.5%. So a bounce does make sense at that point. It's just more of a matter of, with this weekly volatility expanding now, our bear's going to lose control once we close this weekly in this diagonal here, this channel. Retest it easily, could go up into next week around $11. Still wouldn't change our short. I think the Academy is short from here, which is $11.14. Again, just playing the daily 9, very easy with this. I mean, let me delete this now. You play the daily 9. Okay, I'll short here, and then you just have your stop at the last wick high rejection, and that way it just plays the downtrend. And so far this short has worked nicely, but I do think that this is just kind of beginning. So far we're 3-6% down, but I do think testing $10 at very minimum is very likely to me from here. Could easily confirm into this week, and then into next week could see an easy rally up. Maybe the 9 shifts down, we test this channel here, and then that's where we're gonna get the breakdown move. $10 should give a reaction. Bulls either really push up from there, just like we saw last time we went to the $10 region, consolidated, lots of chop, but then bulls held it and then pushed us up. Or we're going to lose this and see like a capitulation down. That's just my opinion. And that's just simply based on where weekly volatility is. Daily volatility is now giving us a setup. And this setup's expanding to the downside, meaning price is breaking down while volatility is now freshly expanding. We even see the median is bearishly shifting up. So each closure, it's now moving up. Now, unless we see this dramatically shift down, come all the way to like 1080, with volatility like this, as of now, it's on the edge of a breakdown. That's why, we might hold the line here into today, but next week, a little bounce up, test the daily 9 even, which should come around the weekly 9, like there, should give us that volatility setup confirming expansion, giving us the breakdown. TP1 is around $10 for that short. So yeah, I mean, that's all on Rivian. It's very simple. You're just playing the trend. You're just watching for a breakdown now. And if you're not pre-positioned, there's no reason to short here, because there's probably a good chance we're going to go and test the daily 9 at least one more time before going down. I would just be gauging essentially like $11.63 as your invalidation. Or if you start really reclaiming above the daily 9, you could be cautious of that. So that's all I really have on Rivian. Looking correct.
Very nice.
Thank you.
Little corrective. There you go. Here we go. Is that working? No? Excellent. Wait a second. It's kind of stuck. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So help me God, StreamYard. So help me God.
Pinche StreamYard.
Pinche StreamYard is right, dude. I don't pay $500 on a deal for this. Alrighty, I'll get to it. Ooh, this is the bearish. This could be the bearish retest in itself that you're talking about before the 9. But
True.
the nine's Rivian's favorite fucking thing to just hit and then dump on. So we'll see. Thank you, sir. That was great and easy. Nice and easy.
Yep.
Estamos viendo Rivian. Sabemos que Rivian está en una tendencia bajista en todas las temporalidades. Lo pongas donde lo pongas. Y en este momento estamos ante la pregunta. Esto que están viendo en la diaria va a aguantar y estos altos más bajos van a poder aguantar y darnos una formación alcista. Nosotros pensamos que probablemente no, que va a continuar cayendo por varios factores. Vamos a poner la mensual, la trimestral es irrelevante en Rivian. Ahí les va la mensual y en la mensual tenemos este tipo de acción por acá. Denme un segundo. Acá está. Tenemos una vela topera, tenemos confirmación de caída y este es el follow through. Normalmente cuando tienes el follow through, esta vela debe ser roja y probablemente vaya a llegar hasta, no les voy a decir a qué nivel, sería completamente adivinar, pero es lo que normalmente pasa cuando tenemos una vela topera y luego tienes seguimiento ante la vela topera. Y en realidad tienes dos velas toperas y seguimiento en las dos. Así que, wow. Una absoluta estupidez. Para poder invalidar eso, tendrías que cerrar encima de 16.67 para decir que eres alcista. Ahora, esto, para toda la gente que quiere invertir a largo plazo en Rivian, no voy a negar que esto podría ser el mejor momento para la primera mordida por esta zona y de acuerdo a cómo lo hayas dividido en 10 entradas, 5 entradas, 4 entradas, etcétera, yo pondría siempre mis entradas más chicas adelante. Entonces, esta sería mi primera entrada y sería la más chica de todas, para que lo tengan en mente, porque si estamos acumulando a largo plazo, queremos acumular la bajada. Si es que se nos llega a ir y la cagamos, ¿no? Que rebota y que mañana dicen, bueno, vamos a imprimir 300 trillones de dólares, pues mínimo estamos dentro y podemos comprar la subida. Pero por ahora estamos cayendo, aquí lo pueden ver en la mensual, y en la mensual podemos ver nuestra volatilidad continúa del punto más bajo, ahora se está dando la vuelta, vamos a ver qué exactamente va a ser, pero no es un setup ideal, pero si viene el punto más bajo, lo que le da más fuerza a empujar al precio una vez que esté por encima del promedio. Así que por ahora en la mensual no tenemos nada, vamos a ver el HPDR rápido para todos ustedes. También podemos ver que tenemos la media del canal en los $10 con 4 centavos, 10.19. De perder la zona de los 10.19 mensualmente hablando, tío, toca la parte baja. No hay nada, o sea, no hay ningún promedio acá que te vaya a aguantar. Estás hablando de ir a los 7.40. Así que la zona, y apúntenlo, de 10.19 es crítica para Rivian. De ahí se lleva todo para abajo. Es la mensual. 2 semanas, vamos a ver si la de 2 semanas nos cuenta un poco de lo que va a pasar en la mensual. ¡Pum! Rechazo de la media. La parte baja de la media está en los 9.47 y siempre y cuando podamos cerrar arriba de 12.40, no podamos cerrar por encima de 12.40, esto va a continuar cayendo. Siguiente parada, los $10. Si pierdes los bueno, si llegas a los $10, ya perdiste la media en la mensual y eso te da una gran posibilidad de ir a los 9.45. Se empieza a calentar la cosa. Vamos a ver cómo la semanal nos cuenta la historia. Rechazón de la media, caída. Hemos tenido 4 semanas, ya vamos para un mes, literalmente en 4 horas y 50 minutos en caídas. Ahora, lo bueno de esta semanal es que cierra en 4 horas, pero lo malo, todo, cómo coincide todo y lo puedes ir viendo, es nos rechaza la media, nos tira. Y en lo que estamos cayendo, ¿dónde está nuestra parte baja de la zona azul? En los 10.08, lo que nos pone abajo de la media mensual, lo que nos pone abajo de la de 2 semanas, y eso nos haría ir a unos objetivos mucho más abajo. Ahora, si llegamos a la media de acá, no creo que aguanten los $10. Yo creo que tranquilamente podríamos ir a cualquier zona entre el 61.8% en 9 hasta el 78.6% que está junto a mi línea meme, que me da un poco de bias y está en el 8.30, cabrón. O sea, Rivian tiene cara de que quiere ir de que quiere ir a celebrar en el piso. Más allá de eso, también tienes un setup de volatilidad ante este Don Peru. Y esto lo tienes en la semanal. Esto sí viene debajo del 15%. de acá por encima del promedio y es el setup semanal más fuerte que ha visto Rivian en toda su historia. You saw the volatility, I'll ask if Alex saw the volatility setup on the weekly on Rivian towards the downside.
Yeah, and that's what was, that's why, it's just looking concerning to me because with that expanding and the daily freshly expanding, it's looking like this is going to break down. So,
and we've had 1, 2, 3, 4 red weeks, man. Crazy.
Yeah.
Like really bad. Thank you. Sorry. 5 días, vamos a ver, 5 días. 5 días tiene lo mismo, ¿eh? Volatilidad expandiendo el punto más bajo de la tabla, correcto. Lo pueden ver acá, como no hay nada en la parte de atrás tan abajo, y ahora tienes esta expansión de volatilidad justamente acá. ¿Qué pasa antes de esa expansión de volatilidad? Tienes esta caída potente. Ahora, ¿dónde estamos parados? Ni siquiera nos dio tiempo de ser rechazados por la media en los 11.49. Esta vela cierra en 3 días y 5 horas, no sé cómo sea posible, pero la parte baja de la zona azul, que es lo siguiente que deberíamos de... Recuerden, todos los promedios de Rivian están arriba. La siguiente zona de la parte azul que debemos visitar es la de abajo, en los 9.69. Very nice. Very nice. Y en la diaria, la de harina nos está dando otro setup de volatilidad, está preparándolo por debajo del 15%, solamente tenemos que estar por encima del promedio ahora para que sea válido, y esto se está dando... vamos a ver cuándo se da, todavía falta bastante, bueno, no sé cuánto tiempo exactamente vaya a tomar a este promedio de volatilidad caer, porque la volatilidad cayó bastante rápido. Tenemos nuestro rechazo del 9, estamos aguantando la parte baja de la zona azul, de romper los 10.57, que ya lo saben ustedes, vamos a ir al 68, al 61.8, y esos son en los 9.97. Así que crítico no perder los 11.58 en el cierre diario el día de hoy, 4 horas 47 minutos. Vamos a ver exactamente cómo cierra, pero esta serie de velas están mamilísimas para la baja. Así que estamos atentos con Rivian. Se los voy a poner muy sencillo, cabrones. ¿Han visto este dibujo cuántas veces si es que siguen Rivian? Sencillo. Parece que estás haciendo el retesteo bajista acá. Ahora, lo podrías estar haciendo... Un segundo. Este retesteo bajista o está pasando ya, lo puedes ver acá ante esta línea meme, que es la línea alcista que estaba cubriendo los mínimos más altos, o podría ir a rebotar acá, el promedio del 9 está en los 11.4, efectivamente haces un alto más bajo y después para abajo. ¿Cómo puedes invalidar todo esto? Lo primero que tienes que hacer para cubrir es poder estar por encima del promedio del 9 y segundo el 21, pero en realidad no te cuesta hasta el SMA 200, 12.73 es donde confirmas que puedes revertir la tendencia. Antes de eso estás en una clara tendencia bajista en todo tipo de temporalidades en Rivian. Así que pongan mucha atención por acá, la oportunidad se está dando como el que no. Eso es el Trading Academy, damas y caballeros, con Rivian. Y por cierto, tengo que hacer un poco de un plug para toda la gente que nos está viendo. ¿Quieren caerle al Discord? Aquí tienen en la descripción de abajo, lo voy a poner en X ahorita. Tienen nuestro Discord, es súper fácil de usar, nuestros menús están del lado izquierdo. Tienen el análisis de Alex, los análisis de Farhan, el chat general, que es donde todo el mundo viene a platicar y nos empiezan a contar un poco de cómo lo están viendo, etcétera. Buenos días a todos ahí, como de que no. Tenemos nuestro criptolingo para que vengan si hay algo que no están entendiendo en inglés o en español. Aquí lo tienen, todas las referencias. También tenemos nuestros P&L de la comunidad, donde nos enseñan cuánto varo están haciendo y si me pueden donar tantito, no estaría mal. También tenemos nuestros enlaces oficiales para lo que necesiten. También hay noticias, hay preguntas, lo que sea. Todo esto es gratis. Cáiganle al Discord como de que no. Y para por supuesto, como de que no, para mis traders degenerados que quieren entrar y ¿cómo se llama? Y tradear futuros, se las voy a dejar bastante fácil. Vengan a nuestro sitio. Esto es gratis, no se preocupen. Esto es gratis. Te vienes a meter en Tutos. En Tutos vas a ver cómo tradear en Bluffy. Te va a aparecer un videito de 5 minutos en putiza. Te lo avientas, sabes cómo depositar, a dónde mandar tu lana, cómo sacarla, cómo operar, etcétera. Y aquí tienes el enlace. Y ahora, Si quieren, porque bluffing funciona súper bien para futuros de criptomonedas. Esta es mi favorita para futuros de criptomonedas. Pero si están buscando futuros en acciones, lo tenemos en BTCC. También está en el enlace de abajo. BTCC, estamos también teniendo un torneo de trading de 60,000 USDT al ganador. Importante. También hay regalos de todo lo que se registren acá. Siempre los tomo yo. Es bueno tomar esos regalos deliciosos de los exchanges. Y acá podemos tradear no solamente futuros perpetuos de cripto como ADA, Bitcoin, etcétera, hasta 500X, que por favor no lo hagan si no saben lo que están haciendo, sino que también puede ser Forex, DeFi y acciones. Tienes Apple, AMD, Amazon, Coinbase, Tesla, el SP500, plata. Alguien me estaba preguntando, ¿dónde está el ETF del oro? Padre, ¿para qué quieres, puta madre, el ETF del oro si puedes hacerle un short acá? Aquí tenemos gold. Por acá está el oro. Maldito, lo había visto hace un rato. ¿Dónde te escondes? Oro. Vamos a ver, aquí está. Oro USDT, pueden ver, 2,980. Tenemos una vela potente que se está pintando por acá. Voy a abrirle un short valiente al oro, pero lo haría aquí arriba. Es más, 2,900. ¿Tengo dinero en esta? ¿Estoy registrado o no? No quiero meterme a ventanearme ahorita en esta, pero no veo que tenga. Ah, sí tengo. Ok, esta es mi cuenta. Ya sé cuál es. ¿Dónde lo pondría? 2000. Vamos a ser generosos. 2,990. Vamos a poner limit 2,990. En oro, vamos a hacerle un tranquilo 10X. 10X. Voy a confirmar. Voy a poner mi stop loss en 3,010. Bueno, no, 3,006. Y la cantidad, voy a poner la mitad de esa lanita que está aquí. Ahí está. ¿Cómo que cuánto? Multiple one. Oh, 1. Listo. Ok, para hacerle un buen cortillo al oro, que yo creo que, digo, igual y puede romper esto, ¿no? Pero mínimo, ahí voy a divertirme tantito. Perdón, me quedé clavado en mi propia estupidez. ¿Qué sigue? Farhan, what's next?
RGC.
RGC. Let me set it up for us. Share your screen, please.
Alrighty. Listo.
Sorry, I was shorting gold. It's a bad idea. I don't think the movie's over, but
cover your ears, Peter Schiff.
There you go.
Alrighty. Did I do
Ready.
this? Not much data on this one. All right, let's start with the monthly. Not much data, but we'll do it. So on the monthly right now, you are over the 88.3% on the HPDR, and you're over the 21 EMA, but you are reaching pretty extreme areas right now. This 95% kind of lines up perfectly with this top rejective wick high, and you're reaching extreme areas on the HPDR. So it's two things telling you that this is going to be a really high resistance point. And if you can close over this area, then you're probably going to see a pretty explosive move to the upside. And if you continue to reject this area, it's just going to make another lower high, lower than this previous rejective high, and that's where you likely end up making a lower low. Right now, that price is somewhere around like $16, about like exactly $16 to $16.22. If you can get a close over that area, then you should see a retest of this wick somewhere around like $27, $28. But since you're reaching the 100% of the HPDR, you have basically a 0% chance of continuation from here. And it's likely, even if it's bullish, like the most bullish ever, likely gets a rejection here to put in a higher low and then a try again. But until we break this area, it's still in a downwards posturing, and this is going to be resistance until proven otherwise. And what lines up with that is momentum right now is hitting very extreme areas along with volatility at 94%. So it's not really that much higher that it can continue to go from there. When we switch to the 2-week, we're getting the same thing, 93% on momentum, 93% on volatility. We're getting resistance right at this 55 EMA. We got all the way up to the 97.5%. It is quite unlikely that we're going to continue from this area, even if we're the most bullish ever. What's more likely, the more bullish scenario is we close this 2-week over the 55 EMA. Then you kind of grind out this area and make a higher low, while these ranges step up, and then you can try again for the other side. Otherwise, it's unlikely to go for it while the 100% is still in this area. And now if you look at the jewel on the 2-week, we're starting to curve back around. It's starting to lose the sell signal and flip to a neutral signal. Let's mark it with a vertical line. The last time we had a strong curvature back to the upside with losing the sell signal. Right there. Right there. And see what happened with these two instances. This one you saw up about 27%. This one was about 147%. Quite nice. And let's do it from here. How much are we up on this candle so far? From open to high, 222%. Good lord, volatility this thing has. I can see why people are trading it. So it's safe to say that the highest percent of that move has played out, which lines up with us getting to almost 100% of the HPDR. Weekly is also now tapping almost to 100%, getting to very extreme areas. Even if they were the most bullish ever, very likely to just close over this one. If we are bullish, close over this 100, then continue to grind this area out, form a higher low, and then continue as long as these ranges don't step up. More bearish scenario is it once again rejects this 100 before the close and makes another lower high and continues to the downside. That is quite possible if we fail to close below in 4.5 hours, because we're getting very extreme on momentum and volatility. On the weekly, the jewel is now starting to give you a buy signal after losing the sell signal, and the pink is very, very close to crossing above the yellow, while the light blue is right next to bunched up. Like, this is a pretty fucking epic jewel signal that's forming right now. See if I can find a comparable one. This one's not comparable at all, but it's still pretty nice. This one is also not really comparable, but still quite nice. Let's see. This one wasn't much. 20%. This one, also not much. Doesn't seem like much, but what is that? 116%. So from here, I'm pretty sure it's already going to have played out. $222%. Yeah, pretty much played out. It's crazy how much volatility this thing has. In one 5-day candle, 272%. 5 days also getting to 91% on momentum and volatility, getting very close to tapping out, got to that 100% of the HPDR. Very, very close. And 2 days already playing out the idea of higher low, where we tapped 97.5%. We came all the way back down to the 95%. We're still below the 95%, however. So if we close below this 95%, what's more likely is you're going to get a retest of this fresh silver cross that you just had. So it's likely to come back down. And while this 9 EMA rises, I'd expect the 9 to line up somewhere with this 200. And that'd be a perfect retest of the 9 and the 200 after closing above it, giving you a retest of your silver cross. At that point, these ranges will step up, and then you can try again for higher. And we have a pretty nice jewel signal on the 2 hour as well, or the 2 day, where light blue has gotten out of the bearish control zone, and the pink has crossed above the yellow. So it is kind of leaning bullish right now if it can grind out a higher low and retest this 9 while the ranges can step up. Daily is doing the same thing, trying to put in that higher low after tapping the 97.5%. As right now, likely to continue lower if we continue lower and we take out $9.50. Probably going to come back down somewhere around this 5 EMA, around like $8.69. Don't really see much lower than there. If we're in a more bearish scenario that still is going to end up bullish, maybe somewhere down to somewhere around like $7.40. Don't want to see anywhere below there, or this whole rally is likely to get erased. But as of this moment, it is leaning towards the bullish side. Just a short-term pullback with momentum reaching extreme levels. Daily is also now starting to flip back around on the jewel and getting out of the bearish control zone and with the light blue buy signal. Let's mark on the daily when we got out of the bearish control zone and with the buy signal right there. That one's not really a good one. Switch back. here. And let's get one more. This one was a God mode signal. Interesting. Alrighty. Misto. This one was not much. Actually, nothing. Kind of a failure. Let's skip this one. This one did something. Did some damage. 132%. Oh, this one missed it. Failure. This one, not much. 28%. This one kind of seems like it's going to be a failure because it just missed the move and we're at the 97.5%. Does look like this one's going to be a failure and we're going to continue downwards towards that that $8.69 area. 4 hours well, getting to 98% on momentum and volatility, and we're sitting right at the 97.5%. High probability that this is going to continue downwards from here towards at least that $8 area. Now the jewel on the 4 hours is going to get quite a nice signal as well. Pink freshly crossing above the yellow, dark light blue above everything else. Quite nice if this can continue to grind out a higher low in this area. Or it could just do the XRP thing and look amazing on the what do you call it, indicators based off of a massive move to the upside, and then over the next few weeks completely erase that move. The community members know it best. RGC. It actually does look quite like a change of structure if we can get a close of this 21 EMA. This thing has been a resistance this entire way through since it kind of nuked since the 30s. So if we do close over the 21, that would be a nice change of structure since this entire breakdown period in 2022. And since this bear market of 2022, this thing has never really recovered. What does this do? Bioscience holdings? Oh, now it makes sense. Health technology. So is there another virus on the line or coming for us? 2-week has confirmed hidden bullish divergence, lining up with getting over that 55 EMA. That would give us a target of the critical zone if we can close with the 55 EMA. That's sitting at $28. Right along this breakdown zone. What price is this? Zoom in a little bit. No, it's a higher low. Nothing. No. So 4 hour currently does have regular bullish divergence. Pretty easy to say it's pretty easy to argue that it has played out since you have tapped the critical zone. As of right now, the only target I can give you is $12.25, which is not really that helpful. And the only way to get that target is to tick above $12. So you can only really get like a 25-cent move from there, so it's not really much. Oh, damn, I hate it whenever I have a sore throat. We are getting monthly volatility expanding from around like 64% for the double extreme. First extreme was pretty heavily to the downside. Right now, it looks like we will get that double extreme to the upside because momentum on the monthly is flipped up as long as we're above $6.25, and we're almost twice that number. 2-week, we're also getting volatility expansion, although on the 2-week, this is giving us a first extreme as we've already gotten the double extreme, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $4.31. That's actually looking quite bullish. That would be a first extreme on the 2-week to get that volatility expansion. That actually might make it possible to go somewhere to $28. Weekly, however, is getting to pretty extreme areas of volatility. This would be the double extreme on the yeah, this would it be this did it expand right there? No, I didn't exactly expand. So this would be the double extreme, and it's gonna be pointed up as long as we're above $4.12. 5 day as well, going for that double extreme, and it's gonna be pointed up as long as we're above $4.01. 2 day also pointed up, getting to extreme levels on the volatility, pointed up above $5.90. And the daily is now freshly turning back up, rejecting the bearish critical zone, and are pointed up as long as we're above $7.21. And even the 4 hour is now flipping up, still to the upside, double derp of life, first extreme, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $7.40. So this might actually have some more to go. Straight down a little higher. All right, so if you switch to the higher time frames, this thing has been in a macro downtrend since around 2022 bear market, has never really recovered. It got one little spike right around like July of 2024 for whatever reason, I don't know, and it wasn't able to hold it. And it rejected pretty much at the 21 EMA every single time around. Now it is kind of looking like monthly market structure is kind of reversing. It's the first time where it's getting close to closing over that 21 EMA. Like sure, there's 17 days left to go. Anything could happen. If it does close over that 21 EMA, it's going to have the momentum and volatility setups favoring it to get a move somewhere. Assuming you get a close over like technical setup, you would need a close over the $16 level on the monthly. And as long as you get that with monthly closing over the 21, you should see a move up to $28 to $30 a minimum. And if to invalidate all of that, because everything does need a validation, is if you close a weekly below around this, it's going to be pretty hard to do it right now at around $4. Then you would invalidate all of that. But unless you get that, like and you close over the 21 EMA, it is leaning quite bullish right now. It is leaning like you're likely to get a reversal unless you close below this 21 EMA on this monthly basis. Other than, aside from there, it is likely looking like it will close over there with momentum pointing up, and you should see a move into $28. Fingers crossed.
Nice.
I'll provide the
Oh,
elevator music.
Okay. I'm basically done. This is quite a shame. Wait. Come on.
So I'll mute myself while I blow my nose.
Sorry that you're sick, and Alex is probably gonna get sick too. Nah. I just said it because you were like, the first thing you said was, as far as he's like, I'm dying. You're like, oh man, I hope you don't fucking get me sick.
I pray, because I get so sick.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's not fun.
No,
you got to work out the immune system.
Yeah,
that's right. Holy shit, what a green dildo! But he likes doing it. This. Oh.
This thing likes to routinely give the bears a girthy green dildo in the bunghole.
Yeah, and then just absolutely nuke down again to make sure that no one's making money. Holy shit.
It gives the dildos in both bungholes.
Yeah. Doesn't have a lot of data.
Jeez, Bitcoin just broke 85K.
I saw.
I might get filled.
I felt that.
Okay, 1 second. Ok, estamos viendo la mensual de RGC. Esto es más fácil de lo que pensamos. Si queremos ser extremadamente alcistas, tenemos que romper 14.87. El HPDR no va a funcionar de ni vergas en esto y tienes volatilidad expandiendo en este green dildo. Atención, hay un setup de volatilidad mensual potente en esto y se está dando justamente acá. Qué locura. Qué locura. Está cotizando en $11.45. ¿Qué es lo que estamos haciendo? Podemos ver, hemos hecho bajos más bajos, pero ahora podemos argumentar que acá lograste hacer bajos más altos. Ahora, desde acá no has hecho altos más altos. Para poder ser completamente alcista tienes que romper los 32, 34 a la alza. Y ese parece ser una zona bastante importante. Si pongo otra línea meme por ahí, se darán cuenta del por qué. En esto, ok, vamos a la mensual, a la semanal, que no hay tantos datos para esta tabla, honestamente. Semanal, pueden ver cómo justamente teníamos nuestro... No, esto no funcionaría como un hombro, cabeza, hombro. Esto no tiene ningún patrón tampoco, no se crean. Pueden ver que la volatilidad en este zampompazo está llegando a 93%, pero le gusta estar en extremos, lo que nos dice que podría dar continuación a este rally. Tenemos que romper primero los 15.88 y de ahí tener que llevarnos los 32.2. Ahora, esto puede jugar obviamente creando un alto más bajo, pero no crear bajos más bajos. Lo que definitivamente no quieres perder es este mínimo. Este mínimo de acá está en 3.53. De perder 3.53 sería bajista, pero por ahora te encuentras en una postura bastante alcista, rompiendo encima del EMA 100 en la semanal, cierra en 4 horas y 3 minutos. Esto es lo que quieres ver. Definitivamente esto es lo que quieres ver. Y puedes ver que también estás en extremos, lo que te dice que muy probablemente máximo veas otro velazo hasta acá antes de que estos tiene que dejar que consolide por un rato. No tiene que caerse, pero puede consolidar por esta zona. Interesante. Vamos a ver la de 3 días. 3 días nos dice exactamente lo mismo. Tenemos un rechazo del S&P 200 justamente en el 100% y esto nos llevó a caer al 95%, que es lo que nos está aguantando. No nos sorprendería para nada, muy probablemente un retesteo en la zona de los 683. 683. Además, acá yo pondría la media de 714 en la del 9. Pero también pueden ver volatilidad está ya en extremos, pero de nuevo, le gusta estar en extremos a esta cosa. Queremos todavía ser más alcistas, definitivamente nos gustaría romper los 14.45, pero por ahora poder aguantar en los 7.23 se me hace más importante. Diaria, o una vez más, promedio del 9 en la diaria está acá, estamos en el 100%, de ahí caímos del 97% y estamos justamente en esto. Para hoy, de cerrar tal cual, muy probablemente vas a ir al 95% a los 7.14. Tiene cara que los 7.14 vienen, no importa lo que pase para esta acción. Interesante. And Alex, I didn't tell you what was next. I'm sorry. Oh my
I
God,
just shorted
Tesla?
the Bitcoins.
Oh, good. Hey, hang on. Send me that. Tesla and TLT. Did you just market short or did you limit?
Yep. I marketed it.
You motherfucker. Okay.
We're almost to that EMA 200 now. That'd be the next target. Fun market.
Is it 86K?
85.5.
That's what I'm going to set up. Yeah. Okay. Así que esto tiene bastante postura alcista. Estaríamos esperando, y puedes ver acá el por qué. Esperaría yo que regresemos a esta zona para poder consolidar. Tienes este alto. Esto probablemente lo conviertas en soporte. Tengas esto y dar continuación al alza. Es lo que nos da preferencia. Ahora, pierdes esta zona y después te caes de los 5.87, te está diciendo que vas a ir a buscar los 4. No está tan difícil, pero también no hay tantos datos y esto no es una tabla es como Oclo cuando empezó, bastante complejo. Vale. You got, Alex, did I tell you what it was?
Yeah, I'm going to do
Tesla and TLT. So whoever wants to do TLT, you want to do Tesla?
I'll do TLT, or I can do Tesla
Okay.
either way.
I'll do Tesla.
Doesn't matter. Or you'll be the Nazi.
Basically.
There you go.
Oh, nice. Let's see where we left off on Tesla. Because, where we were, at that 216, it made sense to get a bounce. But that bounce, we were looking at it to possibly get rejected on that daily 9. That daily 9 is very strong for Tesla to the downside. And so far, each time we've tested that, we've had solid rejections. I'm liking the daily 9 because it's sitting right around that 263 zone. It's a pretty big zone for Tesla. I mean, this zone's a nice spot where price does like to reject us down, as we've seen here. But when we start reclaiming it, holding above it, that's when we can get our move, our big move up. And often Tesla likes to go closer to 300. So it's a big spot here. I mean, we're just basically waiting. You know, I do think that Tesla can easily go up to like the 258, 263, but at that point, I'm going to be looking for some kind of rejection. Now, I'll be wrong on this idea. If we get a daily closure above 263, then it'll really start looking like we're going to make our way up towards that SMA 200 on the daily. And that is right around where the next logical place is to reject on the Silver Cross, which is the EMA 21. And that's sitting at like 283, 284. So, you know, if Tesla starts reclaiming the daily 9, getting above 263, we can make an argument then for a move back up to 284. But that'll be a major spot. You know, that SMA 200, when we reclaimed it in August of 2024, it solidly was holding as support. So now that we've lost it, once we did lose it, we rejected it here, and then we had this breakdown. So this rejection tells me that, yeah, this is strong resistance. We end up getting above like that 263. You should be gauging the next short zone right around the SMA 200. And this is a little easier because you have an easier invalidation based on that SMA 200, more data. And your stop would just have to be essentially March 3rd's high. But yeah, as of right now, I mean, Tesla just to me seems like it's just putting in potentially another lower high right at the 4-hour, the daily 9, which would be expected. You know, especially after we hit that 216 first tap. I mean, it's such a big zone. You should be gauging at least some reaction. Generally, that reaction should just take us within this range. Support being 216, resistance being 263, and that's just how I'm gauging Tesla right now. It's just range. But in this range, it is more bearish posturing. So we'll have to see. I mean, volatility was creeping up. I mean, it hit 95%, so it's resetting now. That's the hopium for bulls is as well. This resets. This should bode well for a nice move up on Tesla. Just essentially the opposite of this move. When volatility was expanding, now it's contracting. It should cause Tesla to move up. But, you know, until we reclaim 263, I'm just going to be gauging that spot as the first rejection zone. Hanging on a cliff right now today. You know, it's going to be important. We'll have to see if the weekly closes above the SMA 200. Again, more logical reason on why you want to see a bounce here rather than like a dump. I do think that 263 could be next. And even gauging the weekly, we're holding the SMA 200 for now. This obviously can change. And if as long as we hold above that, the next target should be the weekly EMA 100. That's a big zone. That was marking pretty major big bottoms for Tesla. And when we lose it, it can often mark major rejections. That is, you know, sitting right at $262.18. So it's right at that 263. We are at the 100% zone though on the HPDR. So, you know, unlikely we're going to probably come down below like 240 before the weekly close, which most likely means we might hold that weekly SMA 200. But, you know, into next week, I'd just be looking for a rejection at 263. And then these ranges can easily move down. Check the daily. Let me put the EMA 200 there. 300, yeah. So I mean that's basically it on Tesla. I mean, no matter where you look at the weekly, the daily, the 5-day, it's all just telling you, yeah, 263 is the spot to look for a rejection. You know, get back above there. Okay, we can possibly make a move up to like the 280s. But then, you know, with the daily SMA 200 there, you have to just look at that as the next rejection zone. You know, it being with the median, the SMA 200, the weekly EMA 21, daily 21, I mean, not weekly. This zone, if we get back up 263, could be the spot. But I mean, that's still a 8 to 9% move from that zone. So that's all I have on Tesla, though. Overall, it's still bearish. And if you're like the 5-day, I mean, anything here is just going to look like a lower high. you know, and that's it. That's just the trend down. You should be looking for some kind of bounce. We talked about the fact that Tesla's just been going down only. Some mean reversion bounce at that 216 is logical. We're getting that now, but I'm just going to be looking at 263 as the rejection zone. And really fast on Bitcoin, next logical rejection zone now is that daily EMA of 200. We were holding it as support here, here, all throughout here. That's coming in right around that $86,000 support. That'll be the second rejection zone. If we reclaim that, it'll be questionable. So just a little snippet on that while Bitcoin, goes up. So that's all I have on Tesla. That watch 263 as the rejection spot. Could make for an easy short. Reclaim that. Could give a long trigger to 285s. There, you're playing the daily estimate 200 rejection essentially.
Very nice, sir. Thank you. And yeah, in a way, this is kind of like the simplest moment to trade Tesla. He's doing what he always does. It's fun. All right. So Farhan's doing TLT. And then for you after, I got Netflix.
Okay, sweet. Thank you.
Thank you. Estamos viendo Tesla en la... Yeah.
I was going to say,
good?
are you sure it's Netflix or Netflix?
It's definitely not Netflix. I looked it up and I just can't find it. When I looked up Chinese Netflix, it only shows me like Chinese shows in Netflix. Ok, estamos viendo Tesla, estamos viéndole la semanal. Aquí puse yo los niveles de interés de mi trade. Tocó el primero. Lo pueden ver, no les tengo ni siquiera que decir qué hice, ¿no? Segundo nivel, tercer nivel, cuarto nivel de interés. Sería una absoluta locura poder tocar todos estos niveles. Mínimo ya nos llevamos uno de corbata. Bien, 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 bien. Empezamos a acumular en un mercado bajista, puntos muy bajos. Excelente. Excelente, damas y caballeros. Vean la diferencia, ¿no? Del 2022, que yo era de, no, manitas arriba, tranquilos, no se metan. Nel, güey, vamos a llevarnos todo el puto dinero. Ok. Lo que estamos viendo es Tesla en la semanal, no tengo idea por qué, pero vamos a ver la mensual rápido. Yo creo que aquí es donde podemos empezar y pueden darse una buena idea del por qué y dónde estamos en esta tabla. Tesla tuvo un máximo histórico justamente acá en los $489. Desde entonces ha caído. ¿Cuánto era en total? Lo hicimos ayer, ¿no? En el video de cómo invertir, 55%, pero ahorita está solamente 49% abajo. De todas maneras, un buen momento, un momento interesante para Tesla. Podemos ver que nuestra volatilidad está yéndose de lado en lo que está a punto de empezar a contraer, por lo que no mucho nos va a dar. Y hemos tenido esta caída después de esta vela. Esta no es una vela topera, no califica como ello, pero sí hemos tenido una continuación a la baja. Eso es indiscutible. Lo que estamos buscando básicamente es encontrar dónde vamos a tradear, dónde vamos a encontrar el fondo de este movimiento. Y si pueden ver, tenemos esta línea meme diagonal que toca los bajos de marzo del 2022, los bajos del 2023, del 2022, 2023, los bajos de abril, que fue el famoso 140, y de ahí hemos estado para arriba. Personalmente, estoy hablando de mí y de mis estupideces. Yo pienso que Tesla va a hacer algo así, así, así y para arriba. Bueno, no tal cual, pero eso es lo que más probabilidad tendría en Tesla. Aunque le toma bastante tiempo poder hacer todo eso. Por eso yo estoy simplemente acumulando en mis mejores niveles, que empezando por el 2, que es 216. Segundo nivel es la media de este canal en los 200. Tercero van a ser los 180, 185. Y ya sácate la lotería si llega a bajar de ahí. O sea, ahí le tiras todo el camión a esta madre. Porque definitivamente no. Ahora, esto es como yo veo Tesla, ¿no? Hay mucha gente que dice, se va a ir a la bancarrota. Está bien, tíos, no vengo acá a convencerlos de absolutamente nada, no me interesa. Pero por ahora estamos viendo que Tesla tiene una tendencia bajista. Hasta en la mensual se nota, y vamos a acercarnos un poco más con la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas ponemos el HBDR así para ponernos coquetos con nuestro análisis, ponemos también nuestros promedios y ahí lo vemos. La razón por la que creemos que Tesla tiene que rebotar es simplemente por lo que estamos viendo acá en el HBDR. y eso es que llegamos casi al 100%. Normalmente esto nos indica que tiene que haber un rebote y tiene que consolidar un poco para que todo esto se ajuste y podamos ver los niveles bajar. En la de 2 semanas que estamos viendo, volatilidad está contrayendo, nos aguantó el promedio de los 100, no hemos ni siquiera visitado el S&P 200 y estamos rebotando a la alza. Si Tesla puede aguantar arriba de 280, que es donde está el EMA 34, eso nos debería dar un viaje a la zona de los 333. Por ahora tiene cara de que va a consolidar más o menos por esta zona y tal vez te dé una buena oportunidad de ir a los 269, pero eso por ahora es un sueño. Vamos a acercarnos más. Estamos justamente aguantándonos por el S&P 200. Si perdemos los 248 en un cierre semanal, esto es hoy, atentos, esto es hoy. Si hoy perdemos los 248.13 el S&P 200, vamos a tener una probabilidad muy alta de continuar consolidando por acá y muy a la baja. Hemos tenido una expansión de volatilidad en la semanal y esta expansión de volatilidad nos está dando ¿qué? Aquí lo pueden ver, un segundo, no, es este. Una mega caída. Esta mega caída en Tesla la vemos, estamos viendo también la debilidad del precio en la semanal con el 9 cruzando por debajo del 21, el promedio, y ahora a ver si nos aguanta el promedio de los 200. De perder el promedio de los 200 vamos más para abajo, vamos probablemente a revisitar esta zona donde ya tocamos en los 217, pero de poder aguantar por acá vamos a tener una posibilidad de ir a los 261, 269, que es donde yo creo más o menos entre esta zona y máximo los 300, sea donde encontremos a dónde está rebotando el precio para después dar continuación a la baja. Ahora, Tesla es violento como las criptomonedas, así que es muy volátil, obviamente no al grado de las criptos, pero pues güey, está 50% abajo una empresa de trillones de dólares, te imaginarás que no es tan estable que digamos. ¿Qué es lo que buscarías si quieres entrar en un trade sencillo? Puedes ver que acá tu primera zona para poder ajustar a la alza y tu primera zona de interés para mostrar fortitud en el precio está en los 255 con tu EMA 9. De poder retomar esta zona, vas a tener este viaje gratis a la parte baja de la zona azul que está una vez más 270, 269. Si ahí yo buscaría el primer rechazo, el alto más bajo, pero te lo puede dar tranquilamente donde se encuentra la media el 21 y el S&P 200 por ahí de los 280. Tesla tiene la habilidad de rebotar a esa fuerza. Así que no está tan difícil el día de hoy, simplemente no perder los 247 del S&P 200 semanal. Con eso, tu siguiente objetivo debería ser los 255 y de poder aguantar por ahí la parte baja de la zona azul mínimo en los 269. Entonces, para resumir esto, perdón, no sé qué. Para resumir esto en la diaria, bastante sencillo. Básicamente, aguantamos los 247. Acá podemos empezar a consolidar por acá. Bien, nos iríamos acá y muy probablemente encontremos nuestro rechazo o aquí o aquí. Y ahí es donde vamos a estar jugando corto en BTCC, ¿no? En vez de esperar a hacer un long acá que puede fallar instantáneamente acá en los 255 y encontrar ese rechazo e ir para abajo. La cosa es, tiene que consolidar. Definitivamente tiene que irse de lado un rato. Y tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja. Recuerda, cada retesteo del 9 es una oportunidad para hacer un corto. Y esto a mí personalmente me da aún más ganas de justamente en los 255 hacer mi corto. La cosa es, no hay una invalidación cercana, mínimo no en la diaria. Déjame ver la de 2 días. No. 3 días. No. No. No hay invalidación corta, así que me voy a esperar a otra entrada que sea más o menos por acá. Ahí ya tengo mis invalidaciones bastante sencillas por acá, lo pueden ver. Pero ahí está, Tesla continúa bajista, necesita consolidar, tal vez la bajada está sobrehecha y ahora vamos a ver un poco el lado antes de dar continuación a la tendencia que es bajista. Listo, TLT. Mírenos, Mr. Farhan, we're ready for you.
Oh fuck, I was muted.
TLT. Wouldn't be a stream if you aren't, brother. Wouldn't
That's
be a
right.
stream if you aren't.
Alrighty. This thing looks like complete another utter dog shit. To put it lightly. This is iShares 20+ year treasury bond.
It's a treasury bond for the 20 years. So it's the standard that everyone, when they think rates have completely topped, you bet on this, I think, right?
Because like whenever,
let me
like
see price
2022,
action.
when rates were going up.
What did you do in 2022, October?
Yeah, it's right around the bottom before it bounced, October of 2022. Then it went a little bit lower for July of 2023, and that was the bottom.
It's been going lower.
This isn't a downtrend, and you have a quarterly silver cross to the downside.
This is one that
Mr. Milker round trip because there was no tailwinds.
No tailwinds for iShares?
No tailwinds. It's not iShares, it's a TLT. It's very famous. It's a 20-year treasury bond ETF. So this is how you measure risk on the market. Not very good at measuring risk, if you ask me. But hey, I'm sure you can tell me how to measure that risk.
As the children would say, on tilt. That's what this thing would make you if you don't hold this. Because you have a silver cross to the downside. The recent lower high that you have is a perfect rejection of the 9 EMA. It is looking like this trend is going to continue to the downside, especially since whenever you came to this low right here, it was at the 100% range on the HPDR. Then it made another low at the 100% range, and then the range has stepped down significantly. So the 100% range went from around first $90 to around $80. So now it's sitting at $60, $61. So that gives it room to dump another what is that? Close to 50% from here. Basically 50% to get down to this 100% range once again. Right now we are leaning, trying to bounce a little bit on momentum, still below the moving average and still in the bearish control zone, while volatility is contracting. So it should be looked at as a short opportunity rather than a possible reversal of trend. Which basically, as of this moment, all of the bounce that we have had has been retraced completely and then some, and we went even lower than our previous low. So very likely that bounce has already played out at the rejection of this 9 EMA and this 38.2%. Let's see, on a monthly momentum does give that idea that it's already played out, where it's flipping back down into the bearish control zone when volatility is now flipped up, and the monthly jewel is giving you a sell signal, along with getting losing the 38.2% and then going back to it and rejecting it. As long as we're rejecting this 38.2%, it is likely we're going to come down to somewhere around $76, $77, maybe get a little bit of a bounce from there, and then eventually down towards $70. 2 week is now pointed up on momentum with volatility approaching 0%. It's at 5% right now. We have gotten a move over the median, but as of right now, all of that is getting erased, and we're currently below the median slightly at $90.60. If you lose that median at $90.60 on a closing basis in the next 4 hours, this is likely going to dump towards that $76, $77 area first, and then eventually towards 70. Right now on the jewel, we have flipped back around. We have lost the sell signal and flipped into a buy signal. So it does make it a little bit more likely that we could close over that median by the close in 4 hours, but we'll see. On the weekly, we are flipping back up on momentum also, with volatility now starting to flip up, supporting it. Actually, it's looking quite good on the lower time frames. Hopium is going to be if it closes that 4 hours over that median or not at $90 and what was it? $90.60. If we were to continue to the downside, though, there is some hopium that it could still close over that median if you get a strong bounce off this weekly 38.2%, right around $89. So if you were to continue down and get a strong bounce, then close over 960, that would actually look quite bullish, because that would sweep all the liquidity at the current lows and then close over the median, which would be in a bullish posturing. A lot more steam left to go back up to make another lower high, because even if you were to bounce from here, it'd still likely be a lower high in the macro. 5-day has gotten that bounce over that top 38.2% right now. Just need to push it up another 38 cents and you can close over that median. Now it's 41 cents. On the 5-day, we have dropped momentum below the moving average with volatility currently contracting. And we are currently getting a sort of correction off of that. If you lose the 38.2%, then it stops being a correction, and then this is going to be a dump with volatility expanding. Two-day are trying to hold this 38.2%. Volatility is approaching the bearish. Momentum is approaching the bearish control zone, with volatility still kind of to the sideways region, so it's not really expanding, not really contracting. If we were to lose this 38.2%, however, it is going to expand, and likely you're going to dump towards somewhere around like 87 first, and then probably towards to fill this gap at around like 85 before you go towards $70. And it's going to be a bunch of these little bounces in between. This thing likes to bounce a lot before going lower. Not really like bounce a lot in terms of measure like percentage move. I mean bounce a lot like numerous times. On the daily, we are starting to flip back up on momentum and getting over the moving average. So there's some hopium alive right now, although we are getting closer and closer to closing below that median, and we keep going down. And we're getting rejected at this 21. So we can close the daily over the 21. And actually, we would want to see the 100. The one, because they're all bunched up together. So we could close over that 100 today, which would line up, that's at $90.80. That would line up with closing over that median at $90.60. And likely you would get a move up towards this 200. Maybe you would get a break of it, because last time we tapped the 200, we were at extreme levels. So now this wouldn't be very extreme levels, but I don't really see it going much higher than like $96. And that's based off of this lower high and also this 97.5% of the HPDR. And then you would also have to look at the macro trend. 4 hour is now flipping back down on momentum, with volatility flipping up, and the jewel once again switching into a sell signal. It is making it look a little bit less likely that daily will close over that $90.60 area. And now you're getting a rejection of your 5 EMA. If we were to lose this 4 hour 200 SMA, at that point, I'm going to be ready to say that it's at $90. That we're probably not going to close that daily over the median, and we're probably going to end up breaking down. Damn. Monthly does currently have bullish divergence active. Let's zoom in on the RSI. And it is many drives of bullish divergence active, as long as you are closing above $84.89. You already have tapped the 21 EMA, so that would have been the easy target of the divergence. Now you're going to need to close above $94.85. If you can get that, then you likely go towards the 55 EMA. This is a little unlikely in my opinion, but that's somewhere around $107. It is possible, just unlikely. IMO, the bullish divergence is already played out. No. Nothing. Oh, there's 5-day hidden bearish divergence approaching. Very likely going to be confirmed as long as you close below $89.73. If that does confirm, you're going to get a move at a minimum towards your simple moving average and bearish control zone, which right now that level is at $73.58, right around that low $70 area. That area fails to hold though, then this thing is very likely going to macro breakdown and towards the critical zone, which right now probably somewhere around, the only target I can get is somewhere around $62, but it likely goes lower. 3-day has active hidden bearish divergence confirmed, as long as you're closing below $92.79. And the next move on the divergence is going to be with a close below $89.38. That likely sends you to the simple moving average, which right now is not that much lower at $86. But then the move below there is going to be towards the bearish control zone, and that level sits at $60. The little hopium right now is that the daily does have 3 drives of hidden bullish divergence confirmed, and that will be confirmed as long as you.
It's the tailwinds. I told you about the tailwinds. I've been telling you about the tailwinds this whole time. All right, anyways.
All right, thank you, Scott. Jesus.
Correctamundo.
Arhan's doing his job, dude. Jesus. Sorry, guys.
Scott bot here.
It's crazy.
Scott bot here tells you about the tailwinds here. So on the daily, we do have that 3 drives of hitting bullish divergence. It's going to be active as long as we're closing above $89.38. The next to get continuation on the divergence, you'd have to close above $91.49. So like say $91.50. That's what probably gives you a free move up to that 200 SMA at around like $92, $93. These are not really very big moves at all. It's not even really worth trading, especially in this macro downtrend. But if you can start to get closes over this 200 SMA at $92, $93, that's when you can start to see a bigger move towards somewhere around $95. $3. Find it hilarious to say bigger move followed by $3. Monthly is now freshly flipped to the downside. We're rejecting the bullish control zone, and we're flipped down as long as we're below 95.26. 2-month is now starting to flip up. This is the one starting to lean a little bit bullish, and we are forming lower lows, higher lows. We do have 2-week bullish divergence on the R side, and we're flipped up as long as we're above $85.14. So if we do see higher, I could see somewhere around $97 being tapped. It is likely that's going to be another lower high before we continue going lower, though. Come on. Weekly is also pointing to the upside. We got a derp of life, and we're pointed up as long as we're above $88.10. 5-day also pointed up. Derp of life pointed entering into the bullish control zone, and it's pointed up as long as it's above $88.18. 2-day is now starting to flip down, getting a derp of death, and it's kind of looking like the trend might continue now to the downside on the macro, where we're pointing down as long as we're below $92.43. Daily is also starting to flip down with dip of death and pointing down below $91. And the 4-hour is now starting to flip up with volatility contraction, and it is flipped up as long as you're above $89.98, so like say $90, so a little bit lower. And the 2-hour is also now starting to flip up, and it's pointed up above $89.75. Just back to the daily, $90.99. All right. So on the high time frame, this thing is on a steady downtrend, literally just been going down only since about like December of 2021. Although it has been getting contracting volatility, which is pretty interesting through most of this downside move. You're rejecting getting into the bullish control zone. On the lower time frames, though, it is looking like you might get a little bit of a bounce. You are seeing momentum starting to flip up. On the daily, is getting very close to flipping momentum to the upside. And if you go to the lower time frames, like the 2-hour and the 4-hour, it's also pointed up, giving you a little bit higher probability you can close the daily flipping up. If you were to close the daily over $90.60, you would reclaim that median. You would see a bigger move towards $95, maybe even $97, which is like somewhere around $6 or $7 move, $5 to $7 move, which would be the bigger move for this thing. Very likely on the macro, it puts in the next lower high there and then ends up making a new low towards somewhere around $60 based off of the RSI divergence. And right now, even though the momentum is up on the lower time frames, it's just seeming overall bearish in the long term.
Well, fuck. Alex, can you hook your boy up and do Netflix? I need to put, I'm done. I finished. Oh, yeah. I'm just going to put this in an Uber.
Sure.
Oh, yes. Eric's do Netflix.
This is the Netflix? Or no, this is just Netflix. Damn it.
Yeah. Let's see here. Netflix, again, it's easy. We're just gauging now the weekly 9. If you're a Netflix bull, you want the weekly 9 to hold. It's very simple. I mean, there's only been a few occurrences like here in September of 2023 where we lost the 9, went to the 21, had the silver cross, and then went up. Here we lost the 9, quickly got reclaimed. That marked a nice bottom. Here found another weekly higher low at the weekly 9, and then same with here in January. But now we're getting really close. We see here price is now slightly below that weekly 9. It's sitting at $917, and it's going to be very crucial today to close above that. If we start losing that, it's going to really start gearing up for a move down to the $835 to possibly even that 21 at $820. If we go to the 21 and this doesn't move up above this wick high, it's going to start looking like Netflix is trend shifting here. We take January 6th low out, the wick low here. That'll confirm a trend break, and we'll need a lower high. That lower high most likely will come right around that EMA 9 on the weekly. You know, just like it was forming the higher lows each time, it should do the opposite effect if it's going to be resistance. And that's why if we lose it this week, I want to see next week give us the follow through down to the 21. I don't want this scenario here, because if we end up reclaiming it, that could lead to an SFP play, and then we can end up going back up to, at least $1,000, if not higher. So it's at a crucial spot. Bulls need to step in here to kind of, solidify that the weekly trend is going to be okay. And I was saying that weekly, this is the 2-week. My apologies. So everything I said, but it's even just stronger. The 2-week 9 is even stronger than the weekly 9. And so if the 2 weeks pressing the 9, the weekly has lost the 9. I like the weekly view. It kind of shows us this range. We see the weekly EMA 9s at the top of resistance at $941, $944. And then we have that EMA 34 at the bottom of support at $840. If we throw the 55 off, there's a big gap, the big drop off from here. So we start losing, especially on a weekly, that 34. It's going to really greatly increase the chances of us going back down to, at minimum, the 700 psychological number. And the hopium will be that, over time, if we make that move down, the weekly EMA 100 creeps up and actually matches closer to that support line. $700 is a very important spot. That's just the previous cycle high. And it's just like I say on Bitcoin, that's kind of like you'd expect that to hold. So in a worst case scenario, if the weekly trend shifts and the 2-week trend shifts and we start closing under $835 on a weekly close, I do think, in the worst case scenario, Netflix can go all the way down to like $695, $700. But then this zone ideally will be flipped into major support, and we'll consolidate and find a bounce here. We want this wick high, this rejection cycle high, to be flipped into support essentially. The moment we start falling back under this cycle high, we'll then be back in this range, and resistance is the $700 and support is at the low 618 to 595. So it's going to be very crucial if we end up doing that. But, you're going to want to start seeing bulls step in here. It's good they're reclaiming the 21. Bodes well for possibly a move up to the EMA 9 into next week. But then again, remember, that's going to be crucial. The $900 spot will be extremely important. So gauge today, the weekly, the 2-week, it's closing today. If the weekly 2-week 9 starts getting lost, it's going to probably play into, we'll get a rally up into the 2-week open. That $940 most likely rejects us, which then will just simply be a weekly EMA 9 retest. I'll check the monthly. Monthly as well solidifies what I'm saying, that, $835 region will be extremely crucial. You start losing that, next zone is $700 just per the monthly view. You lose the monthly 9, it's going to really be concerning to me, because this whole bull market, Netflix has been holding that. And, with what we can see last cycle, you lose the 9, you reject it, you get a move to the 21. And so currently the move to the 21 is at $700. You lose that, you see the big gap, big drop off, and that's where you get that 600 to 590 region. So pretty crucial we hold this zone, and bulls can, and so far they're trying. We easily can do this and just kind of like bull flag it for a little bit, for a few months, before going up. This is the flag pull. This is the overall flag formation, and then we get the breakout over time, maybe at the end of this year, assuming, right, that $835 region holds. Now, let's see the median on the monthly. I'm sure it's up. So more confluence to this region. See the monthly median is right around there. Currently getting a bounce now from there, which is right around the monthly 9. It's good, Still a long ways to go, though, before we close this out. Now that the weekly and 2-week are closing, we can view that. like in this view, you see the bottom of the 38.2% is right around the weekly 9. Logical rejection spot per the meme lines here. So you're just getting a lot of confluence around this zone at, $946 being the spot. Get back above there, great. You'll get an easy move up to, like I said, the 1,035, just per the HBDR. But this would be the logical place to reject and then start coming down. Breaking down from this weekly would put us, closer to around that $700 mark. I mean, the last time the weekly broke out was to the upside. This gave us a 16% move. From, let's say, the 38.2%, 16% move would be a little lower. No. $791. Oh, wait, no, but I'm taking it from there. Yeah, no, that's right. So like 791, so we'd already be range breaking below the weekly EMA 34. At that point, yeah, $700 would be the next logical place to see the reaction. So no matter how you look at it, even on the 5-day, you see the view here. No matter how you look at it, you're in a range now on Netflix. You're going to get a decision if you break down and lose the $835 region, or you'll get a breakout if you reclaim the $945 region. Until then, you're just going to range in here. The range, though, can play nicely for bulls because that can give them the bull flag hopium, while holding the monthly 9. If that can occur while the monthly 9 gets held, then we possibly can see within the next, 3 to 6 months a breakout, and we could possibly see 1,050 to 1,090. But until then, we have to be very cautious here. It's on the edge of a breakdown. The trend is still up though, but it quickly can shift, right? If we start taking out January 13th high, it's going to really start looking like this weekly trend has shifted, which then would mean the 2-week is shifted. And you have to be very cautious of, the monthly possibly becoming bearish and testing the 21 here. So big region, don't front run the levels though. Luckily, Netflix trades pretty clean now that I'm viewing it. It's pretty simple. Whereas if you just start losing this region specifically on the monthly, it's going to give you a very easy short opportunity to play. And if you start breaking out, it's going to give you an easy long opportunity. But in this zone, it's kind of a no trade zone, and you just need to be careful. You should only be really considering shorts at the extremity, or longs at the extremity. And until you get a decision, you just need to be range trading this, in my opinion.
Very nice, sir. Thank you so very much.
Yeah.
We're going to need Mr. Garlic Bread to come out. And
Coming out of retirement.
He's coming out of retirement. And after Mr. Garlic Bread, let's look at Chipotle.
Sweet.
Ready, fake Mexican food.
The fake Mexican food. Chipotle, really fresh. Unless you get E. coli or whatever the fuck they give you. But sounds good.
Chipotle away.
Ok, estamos viendo Netflix, la purita Netflix del planeta, damas y caballeros, en la semanal. Vamos a ver, quiero ver la de 3 meses, tengo curiosidad en esta tabla. Pueden ver lo potente que es Netflix y también lo importante y lo impresionante de Netflix es esto. Vamos a ver, mercados bajistas en Netflix. Cayó 76% en el 2022 y de ahí ha tenido un rally desde el fondo hasta el tope de 500, o se hizo un 5X. Ahorita estás en un 4.4X. No mames. Esta tabla es idéntica a la de Meta. Idéntica. Ahora, en la trimestral faltan 17 días y 4 horas para cerrar. Esta es una vela más bien de indecisión. Algo acá nos está contando este velongo. Y también tenemos de abajo expansión a la alza, justamente desde acá, y lo pueden ver explotando con muchísima fuerza a Netflix. Vaya que sí. Todavía le queda bastante camino a la alza. Ahora, recordemos que volatilidad no tiene que solamente apoyar un lado del movimiento, pero interesante. La última vez que en la trimestral Netflix pintó una vela topera fue acá antes de caer ese 75%. De esto caer acá, la vela abrió aquí abajo. y ahora está acá. De esto caer un poco más a los 830, esta vela se vuelve una vela topera y podríamos recordar esto. Una vez más, faltan todavía 17 días y 4 horas. Estamos especulando completamente en vivo y en directo con ustedes de eso. Quiero ver la de 2 meses que me dice vela completamente de indecisión por acá. Esta es una vela de indecisión. ¿Por qué? Porque el cuerpo es la mitad, está justamente en la mitad. Es la mitad de gordo y tienes los dos lados flaquitos para arriba y para abajo que son idénticos. Esta vela de indecisión nos está contando algo interesante. Ahora, un cierre por debajo de esa vela de indecisión en 8.22 nos haría cambiar de opinión de que ya no estamos en una tendencia alcista. Por ahora estamos en una tendencia mega alcista hasta en la de 2 meses. Vamos a la mensual. Mensual tiene una vela topera potente y además tiene la vela que le sigue. Yo acá pondría ya bastante atención a esto. Porque por más que Netflix tenga una estructura súper alcista, hay veces que no hay cómo pasar de eso. Puedes ver que esto fue justo el rechazo del 61.8%, lo que nos llevó a este mes a caer a la zona azul. En la zona azul estamos rebotando en la media, una vez más, media 888, no puedes perdértela. Y de ahí el promedio del 9 en los 843. En verdad, de caer de esa zona, ya estás hablando de los 736, esta vela topera por debajo de 955 queda activa, la mensual, y eso nos daría una preferencia de cambio de tendencia a la baja. Todavía no juega porque faltan 17 días y 4 horas para cerrar esto, pero estén atentos a sus niveles. Vaya, 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 vaya. Ahora, si la mensual estaba acá arriba como estas y ahora está aquí abajo, la de 2 semanas está aquí abajo, justamente peleando con el promedio del 9 en los 9.12, son la crítica para el precio de Netflix, justamente los 9.11, 9.12. De perderla y volver a caer acá, yo diría que vas a barrer estos mínimos y vas a ir a la zona del 61.8%, que es donde está el 21 en los 817. Por ahora, si rebotas, tienes más probabilidad de ir a la media en los 1026, pero estás literalmente a un pelo de rana calva en los huevos de caer de la zona azul del 38.2% para abajo. Está, una vez más, en 912.48. Abajo de 912.48 no se vería tan bien. Volatilidad está contrayendo en lo que estamos viendo este movimiento. Vamos a ver volatilidad en esto. No, o sea, literalmente no está haciendo nada, está yendo de lado. Ok, acá habíamos superado la zona azul, nos fuimos hasta el 61.8%, que es la zona verde, de ahí nos rechazó, caímos a la zona azul. De caer, perdimos la media, acá perdimos el 21, pero lo retomamos en este momento y estamos peleándonos con el 50%. El 50% está en 917. Nos gustaría retomar eso, de no poderlo retomar, los 881 juega y por debajo del 888 es donde tenemos la posibilidad de empezar a caer fuerte, no fuerte, pero más inmediatamente. 5 días es idéntica. Tal cual lo que acabo de decir es idéntico. Y diaria, diaria ya muestra debilidad en sí. Lo único que está manteniendo el Hopium en vivo y en directo y a todo color es esto. Ahora, si Netflix cae de esta línea, se lleva estos bajos en los 8.54, además del EMA 100, yo daría más preferencia que vaya a ir a buscar este SMA 200. Para poder monitorearlo bien en la semanal, lo que quieres es poder aguantar el 21. Si aguantas el 21 en los 896, bien, eso literalmente pone el otro lado. Perdiéndolos, tienes un gran chance de dar continuación a la baja. Yo vería esta tabla solamente en esta temporalidad y vería ¿cómo se llama? El promedio del 21. Porque si lo llegas a perder y te llevas estos mínimos en 8.54, muy probablemente no solamente te vas a llevar los mínimos del 8.26, pero vas bastante más para abajo. Y esto, una vez más, nos lo podría estar contando con esta vela topera. ¿Qué fue? ¿Era la mensual? Sí, la mensual. acá. Y una vez más, promedio del 9 está en los 843. Así es, no te quieres llevar este mínimo. De llevarte este mínimo pierdes esto. Esto se considera en un mercado bajista de ser lo que pase y no sería nada bueno para el precio de Netflix. Interesante. Bastante interesante. Y también la zona de los 950 es lo que parece a donde vamos, siempre y cuando podamos vencer en los 918. Si podemos romper los 918 a la alza, muy probablemente encontremos un alto más bajo, porque empezamos a formar altos más bajos. Teníamos altos más altos, tienes estos altos, tienes ahora estos, y ahora muy probablemente vayas a tener estos y dar continuación a la baja. Así que atentos con Netflix, se podría estar dando la vuelta, ¿eh? Bastante sencillo. En la diaria quieres romper para arriba del promedio del 9, eso te va a ayudar a tal vez ir a retestear esta zona de los 950 y quieres romper los 950 a la alza. De no poder hacerlo, tener un rechazo ya sea por el 9 o estos promedios acá arriba, quiere decir que este SMA 200 va a ser tocado a cierto punto y está bajo los $800 en Netflix. Ahí lo tienen, damas y caballeros. Netflix, la purita Netflix. What's next? I forgot. Oh, Mr. Hamburger. No, I'm sorry, garlic bread. Garlic bread, not bread.
That's his brother, Hamburger.
Yeah.
Did you ever see that one clip of Mr. Bean saying hamburger?
No, hamburger. That one?
I think so.
I love Mr. Bean.
Oh God, my throat.
I think I got the black lung pops. Oh, did you ever watch Zoolander?
No, I haven't seen it.
All right. I was wondering why you never say anything about the black lung. Yeah.
There's a lot of
When he's
classic
mining.
movies that I haven't seen.
Clearly. And just comedy. I'm not even asking you to watch The Godfather or any shit like that. Just
I haven't
comedy.
seen that one either.
I'll admit, I haven't seen The Godfather either.
All right.
It's
so
one of those things that everyone
what?
has put so much pressure on me that I'm out.
Yeah, because then it's gonna, no matter how good it is, it's gonna be a disappointment.
Yep. That's why I don't want to watch it.
So on the monthly right now, it is starting to look a little worrying on XRP, even though we are continuing to hold this 5 EMA. Now that we're starting to lose the 78.6%, it is looking like we're going to get at the very least another reconnect of the 5 EMA, even if we are bullish. If we don't hold the 5 EMA, then we're probably going to dump towards the 61.8% at around 144, 145 level. And keep this number in the back of your mind because it is very likely to come up. But you just don't want to lose this 5 EMA because once XRP tends to lose this 5 EMA is when the downwards market starts and the bull market is basically over. And right now, with how Bitcoin looks, I am kind of leaning towards that way. If you look at the momentum on XRP, it is still pointing to the upside with volatility still pointed up, whereas it has already shifted down on Bitcoin. It's a little interesting to see. On the 2-week right now, momentum is to the downside on XRP with volatility currently contracting to pretty low levels, sitting at 14% right now. And the jewel is about to give a 2-week God mode sell signal. It's currently on the neutral, hasn't given the sell signal just yet, but it's very close. And we are now corrected all the way down to the bottom 38.2%. We're currently still below the median, however. So if we do lose this median, this is going to be the first time XRP has closed below the median since October of 2024, when price was sitting at around 50 cents. So losing this median is going to be a significant change in structure. What's going to happen at that point is you're going to get, at the very least, another retest of this 38.2%, around $2. And if this area starts to break at that point, this is likely going to break down towards somewhere around that 55 EMA. That 55 EMA sits at right around somewhere around $1.17. And before there, you're likely going to get a bounce. And that bounce is likely to be somewhere around 78.6%, which is currently sitting at about $1.40. Same number as before. Weekly is now trying to put back up on momentum, still within the bearish control zone, however, and volatility is now starting to just get into the contraction phase. We have lost the 38.2%, so we do continue to see a bounce. I would expect to see somewhere around this 9 EMA and this 38.2% around $2.50. But this is likely a high probability rejection zone and likely going to dump towards the 55 EMA around $1.44. Same number as before. 5 days now came to the reset zone on the momentum. It is on the verge of flipping back up, very close. Well, volatility is basically at 0%. This is going to be the area for decision time, where we can close this 5-day candle over that median. We should see another test of this 38.2% at $2.66. And then if you can start to close over there is when you should probably see a retest of all-time highs. That's a very big if closing that 5-day over $2.66. Because we haven't quite yet confirmed momentum to the upside yet. This is the reset zone, so it could just flip back down from here. 2-day is now getting pretty close to getting momentum into the bullish control zone with volatility expansion, and the jewel is now losing the sell signal. We've got a nice bounce off this 100 EMA. It's going to come down to if we can close that 2-day over the 5-day over that 38.2%, and close this 2-day over this 61.8% at whatever same price, around $2.50 to $2.51. It's pretty easy to front run at that point. That if you were to close over that $2.51 area, you'll get at the very least another retest of this breakdown zone near our all-time highs at $3.10. Daily is also now starting to flip up on momentum. Volatility is currently approaching close to 0%, 7%, and the daily dual is losing the sell signal. So now you have started to get back over the 100 EMA. Hasn't quite closed yet, and you're currently at the median at around $2.37. If you can close over that median, that's what gives you a test of that 250s area, and if you can close over that, that's where it starts to look good. So slowly the wheels are turning. On the 4-hour, momentum is starting to flip back down below the moving average. Still within the bullish control zone, however, but it's very close to losing it. And volatility is just now starting to contract. 4-hour jewel is now starting to flip back up within the bullish control zone. Still give the sells the buy split now to a buy signal, and you're very, very close to getting a silver cross to the upside. As long as price is above $2.36, this I'm retarded, my bad. $2.28. As long as price is about $2.28, this is going to silver cross to the upside, and we have just not closed over this 100. So this move to the downside that we are getting, we should see this 100 as holding a support at around $2.33, and that will, even if it gets a slight bounce there, it will make ensure that we get that silver cross, and this 9 EMA will continue to slowly rise up, and I want to see it meet this 100. That would be the perfect confluence, and that's going to be the bounce zone for to continue up towards that 250s area. The RSI. Ding.
Wow. Must be a powerful
Impressive.
chart.
2-week has possible bearish divergence on the RSI for XRP, and it will confirm if we can close below $1.94. That will have a minimum target of hitting the 21 EMA, sitting at around $1.72. And then from there, if you can hold this on a closing basis, if you were to lose below the 21 EMA, that would give you a target of the neutral zone, which right now sits at 52 cents. Ooh. Weekly has active hidden bullish divergence. It is looking like it's very close to being invalidated. If you close below about $1.94, that will be invalidated, which will give you your bearish divergence, and that's where you start to break down. Weekly it's now starting to expand, so it is looking possible that there's some hopium that we can go to all-time highs with weekly volatility expanding, and we have hidden bullish divergence. But to get the next move on the divergence to all-time highs, it would take quite a lot. You'd have to close above $3.03 for that to happen, and that'll give you to new all-time highs very likely. But pretty unlikely from here that we'll go up to $3.03. How much higher is that from us now? It's about 18% higher than where we are now. 5-day now has 3 drives with bearish divergence confirmed. Going to be confirmed as long as you're below $3.03. And if you get a single tick below $1.89, you're likely going to dump down towards that 170 area first, where you're likely to get a little bit of bounce, and then towards 140. 3-day also has many drives with bearish divergence confirmed as long as you're below $3.03. If you get a tick below $1.89, likely going to dump to the 100 around $1.60 to $1.70. A little hopium coming in. 2 days close to confirming some bullish divergence within the bearish control zone, and it will confirm if we can close tomorrow over $2.35. $2.347. So we can get a close over there. We will confirm that bullish divergence, and that should give us a test of this neutral zone, which is right now at about $2.76. Although this number will change because it is 2-day and it's going to close tomorrow. My bias says it goes down to 250s, but maybe it stays up there. Maybe I'm wrong. Daily has confirmed 3 drives with bullish divergence, and it will be active as long as you're above $1.89. And if you tick above or close above $2, no, let's do a tick above instead of a closing basis. If you get a tick above $2.41, that's what sends you up towards that $2.50 to $2.70 area. No. Higher. Oh, technically, yeah, there's actually my bad, missed it. There's actually possible hidden bearish divergence on the 4-hour because price made a higher RSI made a higher high here than it did at this zone, but price is making a lower high. So if you confirm a local top here, we will have hidden bearish divergence. To confirm a local top, you have to close below $2.29. If you confirm that, very likely you're going to minimum retest this 55 EMA at about $2.28. And if you start to lose that 55 EMA before they silver cross, that's going to be quite concerning. Or if you lose the silver cross before they cross. Ding. Monthly momentum is still pointed to the upside, and to flip it, the pivot to flip it down would be close below $1.70. That number comes back up again. That area that we're very lucky to bounce at. And if we fail to hold this area on a monthly closing basis, pretty easy to say we're in a bear market at that point. Last time we had monthly momentum flipping down from this area was right around here at 2021 cycle top.
That went up a lot. It started at $1. Then it went to like 1.5, and now it's at 1.7.
It's slowly creeping up.
Yeah.
Maybe on this next month it'll go up to like $3.
That's fucked.
On the 2-week, we're now starting to flip down, which is what I'm looking for to happen on the monthly. And we are flipped down as long as we're below $2.69. A very beautiful number. Weekly is also pointed down with a derp of death as long as we're below $2.86. 5-day, pointing down, derp of death, close to getting volatility expansion as long as you're below 273. 2-day, down as long as you're below 243. Daily is now starting to flip up. It is going to be rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're below $2 and above $2.15. And on the day, the 4 hours also starting to flip up, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're above $2.30. So the high time frames are starting to, the higher ones below the monthly are starting to align. The monthly is the only one that's still pointed to the upside, and it's sitting, the monthly pivot is sitting at a very pivotal area, which I do expect to get tested. I expect a little bit of a bounce from there, but if you fail to hold that area, that's when I'm going to start to say this thing is likely going to break below $1, probably towards somewhere around 85 cents at a minimum. And if the invalidation for that is if we not only continue it to the upside, but we want to see a high time frame closing basis of like minimum weekly close above $3, or 5-day would do it, close above $3.03, and then that'd be enough for me to say we're probably going to go to new all-time highs. Right now, we're getting low-term time frames are flipping to the upside, like daily and 4-hour momentum are flipping up. And as long as they're flipping up, we likely get a little bit of a move up from here towards somewhere around that $2.50 to $2.60 area. If you start to close above there on a 5-day closing basis, that's what likely sends you up to somewhere around that $3.03 area, where if you close the monthly over there, then you go to new all-time highs. But as of right now, I'm thinking that we get a rejection of that 250s and 260s, come down to that 170 area, where we'll probably get a little bit of a bounce. It'll come down to if we can hold that monthly closing candle above that $1.70 area. If we do at that point, then I'm ready to say we're probably going to retest $3.03. And from there, we'll see if we can go to all-time highs or not.
Ugh.
Huge. Sorry to say, community members, not up only right now.
Community members are not having a good day, man. They need a little break. Give them a fucking break, man. Give them a fucking break. Just
Leave Britney alone.
I want to answer a few questions from the chat. One, Ramón, ¿cuándo es la próxima clase para miembros de ETA? El jueves, el próximo jueves. La segunda, ¿cuándo vienen las alertas a WhatsApp? Se las vamos a mandar por WhatsApp. Ya estamos en ello. Tengo que ahorita acabar algo con Facebook y espero ya la próxima semana estén listas. Y eso va a funcionar para todo el mundo, por cierto. Listo. Ok. Okay, so Alex, you're probably going to do, you're doing Chipotle, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So then far end, we have strategy with the micro hands.
Beautiful.
Micro hands strategy.
Michael's strategy.
It should be micro hands strategy. Why did no one think of that? Micro hands strategy.
I don't think Michael would have went for that.
What a Michael Saylor cares too much about what people say about.
Of course not. Michael Saylor. I know everything. Bitcoin is a powerful machine that fucks your mother.
Okay, thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. Jesus, my God.
Good Lord, it does what to my mother?
Let me ask you something. Do you guys think is just inevitable when the crypto market overheats that they call, like everyone goes, oh my God, crypto's so high, we should call Michael Saylor in? Or do you think is Michael Saylor's job to go and try to get everyone as bullish as possible at the top so they can sell on them? And Michael Saylor is part of that. What do you think?
I'd lean towards whichever
it
one
happens.
fucks more people over, which is the second one.
That he is coming out to like completely get everyone on purpose. I do think so too. I think it's crazy of a coincidence. And also, no one pays attention to Cathie Wood until like there's the situation that we're in right now. Oh, Cathie Wood's buying the dips. Excellent. I mean, she hasn't gone bankrupt. I don't know how the fuck, but it's kind of like the same thing. It feels made up. Altogether.
We need exit liquidity. Round up the plebs.
Round up those plebs, everyone. Get Cathie Wood. Sir, her vagina is super dry. Get Cathie Wood.
Mr. President, a second Cathie Wood has hit CNBC.
I don't know why that was so good. Thank you. Thank you. Ok, vamos a ver XRP, basta de mis chistes estúpidos, vamos a detenerlo por acá y vamos a empezar en la trimestral, por supuesto, como siempre poniendo perspectiva a este rally. Aquí lo pueden ver en súper chiquito y con eso vamos a... No, no es cierto. Potente, XRP ha estado manteniéndose, esto literalmente se ve idéntico que la semana pasada, tenemos todavía la expansión en volatilidad apuntando para arriba agresivamente, en lo que el precio ha estado empujando a la alza. Lo que tenemos miedo es que XRP nos aplique la famosa toma, güey, el velazo para arriba y que este velazo para arriba comience acá y básicamente cerrar por debajo de $2 nos llevaría al nepe de King Kong, ¿no? Eso sería lo que todo el mundo tiene miedo. Por ahora, viendo el gráfico trimestral, se ve alcista, se ve bien. Nos empezaría a preocupar si empieza a bajar el precio porque podría pintar una vela muy topera, una de las velas más toperas que he visto. Y pues bueno, estamos al pendiente. En la mensual, nuestro pivote de momentum subió a 1.7. 1.7 es por debajo del EMA 9. Ahora, seguimos en tendencia alcista, seguimos siendo altos más altos, seguimos teniendo cierres más altos que en el pasado, estamos por encima del promedio del 9, estamos por encima del 21, todo en orden, todo bien. La cosa es, como subió nuestro pivot de momentum, si llegamos a perder la zona, y en realidad, cada que hay un pivot de momentum, el precio tiene cuando ya se acerca a algo racional, el precio tiende, esto es lo que yo me he fijado, el precio tiende a ir a testear ese momentum. Entonces, a mí no me sorprendería para nada si XRP agarra y hace una de estas, viene al 1.7 y de aquí resortea. Eso sería un escenario alcista. Pero existe el escenario donde caes al 1.7 y de ahí para abajo, güey, pero agresivamente. Entonces vamos a estar pendientes a esto. Llévenlo con su promedio del 9, es donde simplemente 1.7. 1.7 es la línea en la arena para Ethereum, me lleva la chingada. Para XRP, Aquí tenemos la de 2 semanas. 2 semanas tenemos este delicioso tope. Desde entonces hemos creado un alto más bajo. Hicimos desde el tope un bajo más bajo a los previos, pero ahora estamos creando un poco de estructura alcista con este sencillo, ¿no? Este sencillo bajo más alto. Ahora tenemos la gran indecisión de, pues sí, pero eso es un bajo más alto. Correcto. Estamos todavía por encima del 9 en la de 2 semanas, por lo que no estamos preocupados. Vamos a sacar el HPDR y ver exactamente dónde estamos parados en esta ecuación. Pueden ver el promedio del 9 nos está aguantando, lo que sugiere que vayamos a visitar una vez más la media, que está en 2.51. La media, de rechazarnos la media, vamos a ir a la parte baja del canal, que son los $2. Atención ahí. De poder continuar y que la media no nos rechace, $3.08 sería nuestro siguiente objetivo en la de 2 semanas. Ahora ya perdimos nuestro setup de volatilidad. Volatilidad está contrayendo en esta vela de 2 semanas. Semanal, ¿qué estamos haciendo? Podríamos decir que estamos expandiendo, pero en realidad está yéndose de lado. Quiero que esta vela apunte para arriba para considerarlo expansión, por lo que esta vela todavía no me dice nada. Ahora, en la de 2 semanas estamos en la parte de la zona azul. En la semanal perdimos la zona azul. Estamos por debajo intentando regresar. Nos aguantó nuestro promedio del 9 y nuestra línea meme en los 1.95. Y ahora estamos buscando ir a ver, a encontrarnos con el promedio del 9 en los 2.46. De poder romper este promedio del 9 y también la parte baja de la zona azul en los 2.50, vamos a poder dar un viaje mínimo a casi los $3 al 2.95. De poder romper esa zona, estamos ya hablando de máximos históricos. Primer lugar a dónde ir, 2.46. Segundo, 2.53. Tercero, 2.96. De poder romper eso, seguimos alcista. Ahora, si tienes un rechazo del 9, todavía faltan 2 días y 8 horas para cerrar esto, pero si tienes un rechazo del 9 y no puedes trepar acá, vas probablemente a ir a buscar donde está el 34 en los 1.77 y eso te ayuda a barrer este mínimo y además empieza a ponernos juntititito al pivote mensual de precio en 1.7 y voy a tener los ojos bien abiertos ahí. Vamos a la de 5 días. 5 días nos estamos perdiendo el promedio del 9. Estamos justamente en este momento por encima de la media. Nos gustaría ver, si somos alcistas en XRP, esta media ser tomada y después el promedio del 9 en los 2.43, 2.43, 2.46 una vez más, como la de 2 semanas, en la semanal. Y eso nos ayudaría a ir a los 2.66. Aquí es donde probablemente encontremos nuestro, en mi opinión, ahora tenemos que jugarlo paso a paso, podríamos encontrar nuestro alto más bajo que sigue. Y de ser el caso, muy probablemente de ahí vayamos a retestear la parte de abajo y después intentar barrer estos mínimos, pero por ahora todo bien. Vamos a ver volatilidad, si nos está dando algo. No, en las mismas condiciones. Diaria, aquí es donde se ve interesante la cosa, porque tenemos todos nuestros promedios, nuestra media y todo por encima, menos el 9 y el 100. Estamos en una pelea brutal. La parte baja de la zona azul es 2.26, la parte alta son 2.44. Si podemos tener este cierre diario por encima de, ¿cuál es la media? 2.37, 2.37, siguiente objetivo diario sería en los 2.46 y eso nos empieza a poner en objetivos alcistas de corto plazo. Pero de ser rechazados por la media y perder nuestra zona azul en los 2.26, vamos para abajo. Esta es la definición de completa incertidumbre en una tabla. Le encanta XRP, lo veo, lo he aprendido bastante bien. Bueno, con Farhan, yo qué, pero XRP es bastante predatorio y ahorita lo que puede estar haciendo sencillamente es, y dices, a huevo, un bajo más alto, pito, güey, podría estar haciendo eso o podría estar haciendo esto. La cosa es, ¿quieres entrar en long? Te la pelas porque ve lo bajo que está tu invalidación. ¿Quieres entrar en corto? Te la pelas, a menos de que te la quieras jugar aquí duro contra el promedio del 55, porque tu invalidación de más acá está muy arriba. Quiero que vean los porcentajes, porque a veces en la tabla no se ve tan grande, pero de aquí a la invalidación de acá, estás hablando de un 12%. Imposible. Y ahora, para abajo, ¿qué te digo? ¿No? Para la invalidación de un long, por ejemplo, 20%. Entonces, XRP está jugando como siempre en medio de todo, Vamos a ver, en la diaria simplemente queremos romper el promedio del 55 a la alza en los 2.44 y poder aguantar nuestro promedio, nuestro promedio del 9 y el EMA 100 en los 2.28. Si podemos aguantar, vamos para arriba. Si no, encontramos un tope local, no podemos superar los 2.63. Vamos a ir para abajo agresivamente, en mi humilde opinión de pendejo. Ahí lo tienen. Damas y caballeros, vamos a ver Chipotle. ¿Cómo que no? La grajea que te da diarrea. Es muy diferente a la que tenemos en México.
Nice. Let's
Chipotle
see
Way, CMG.
I haven't looked at this chart in a long time. I know what I was thinking there. Well, I guess it makes sense. So, last time we were looking at Chipotle, I can't really remember, but obviously I had some line drawn here. So we were looking at $64, $64.80 being a major spot for Chipotle. Let me go to the quarterly and see why. Where did we get that number?
Well, we had that delicious kind of like double top tilted.
Yeah, with the price divergence, easy short, SFP. Yeah. Both gave you divergence shorts, deviation shorts.
And it's also playing a double bottom right now.
Yeah.
What a piece of shit.
Yeah, so right now Chipotle is in a big range. That's how I'm looking at it now. It's currently very corrective because of the last week's close and the fact that this week, if we're unable to reclaim that EMA 100, it's not going to look too good. The hopium is that, yes, we're holding about $47, which is simply based on this wick high here. Let me draw it a little more accurate. I moved it. There we go. I actually think that was even accurate. Okay, something like that. That's going to be a crucial spot. We want this wick high to be flipped into support, similar to here, but you can see we never even tapped it. If I extend this out and we go, hold on. You can just see what this is, and all this gave us into this week was just a retest of this diagonal, which is representing the breakdown, a breakdown, in my opinion. Now, this could have been good for bulls if, let's say, the weekly last week held above the EMA 100, got a bounce, then we probably would have seen it move up, but we fell through that. This week, we rallied up. We tested it. This is the bearish retest, and as long as we're under the weekly EMA 100, Chipotle to me looks very corrective. Area of interest to me is, to me, it seems like 43.50 could be the spot. If we start really taking out that wick high, which should be support, yeah, I do think we can easily drop down to $43. It's, right around the weekly SMA 200, weekly EMA 200. Big zone there at the extreme zones on the HBR to the downside. You can see here that the monthly too is kind of solidifying what I'm saying, which is, as simple as it is, this wick high rejection here at $47 is very important. That sits where that EMA 34 is on the monthly. And why that's important is because the monthly EMA 34 has often marked nice bottoms for Chipotle. It's been a nice buying opportunity. We also, now I'm seeing formed a last higher low here, higher high, higher low. So it does like to play into that EMA 34 on the monthly and find a bounce. Luckily for us, it's very obvious where it is, which is right at that $47 mark. So how we can interpret that is, if the weekly is going to reject us, it's going to happen next week. You're going to want to you want to see this candle basically kind of just close like a doji or just like this. Nothing tradable at all, especially if you're under that EMA 100. But into next week, if this EMA 100 and this bearish retest is going to work, you're going to want to see next week this start really breaking down, in my opinion. Right? If not, you're going to run the risk of this being an SFP, and then you're going to have a lot of bullish momentum. If we reclaim this, we can have a nice move up to like $57, which is right at that EMA 21 on the weekly. Chipotle likes to go to that 21 on the weekly. And that's why it's going to be important for us to stay under that EMA 100. If we can stay under that EMA 100, though, it's going to give me confidence that we're probably going to fill this out this monthly. And this is going to end up being like a bull trap, meaning bulls are going to front run the EMA 34. They're going to see a bounce. The bounce is going to take us up to here. And then I do think at the end of this month, we're going to see this monthly fill out. And then potentially if the weekly is under the EMA 100, you'd be very cautious of this monthly breaking the 34. Specifically too, when you see we're getting a monthly volatility setup. Let's check when the last time this occurred. And it's not confirmed yet, but the fact that it's reset and it's giving us a monthly volatility setup is pretty big. Last monthly volatility setup was right around this zone before we had that epic, rally essentially from the 29s all the way up to the 44s, where it didn't stop there, formed the higher low, and then kept trekking up to the 69s for the culture. So, it makes a lot of sense to me. I wouldn't front run a breakdown now because where we're at in the monthly, but like, let's say into April, we close under the 34, maybe we rally up, go to the 21, and then I'd want to start seeing that reject, plays the overall trend, and then we might see that monthly volatility keep expanding. The 2-week is expanding and it's breaking down, confirmed this week. But again, ties into next week. We easily could see a bounce, especially with this girthy red candle. Now, if we close like this, we could easily go down next week, rally up, hit this zone, and then reject. That way we get all the horny shorts out of there before the real move down. And then I would actually be looking at the next target being $43, which is that 2-week EMA 100. Should be a major bounce on for Chipotle. That 2-week EMA 100 has been a generational bottom opportunity for Chipotle. If you have bidded it in the last 5 years, it worked out here, here, and here. Front ran it here, and each of those occurrences have led to major bounces. So, it's like this is confirming this. It's slowly shifting to bear territory now. Yeah, we even have a 2-week trend shift. So let me just double check that. Yeah, 2-week trend shift. You should be gauging the next lower high. Good confluence of that. If they want to, bears get an easy short, will be we reject 53s. Makes it a little harder. We'll probably go up and test the 9 maybe. But this is now in a confirmed 2-week downtrend. We've just made the lower low. You don't short lower lows. You wait for the lower high. And that could come anywhere. Like I said, around 53. Probably 53 to 52. Probably rejects the 21. Assuming, right, the 9 doesn't reject. Because what you can see here is this daily 9 rejection is now looking like the next lower high. You'd expect this daily 9, EMA 9, to come more down into Monday. The rally up possibly could take us up to here, but you'd first be looking at this to form another lower high at wherever the daily 9 is and not take out March 12th's high. Because if we take out March 12th's high and go up to this scenario, what makes me a little leery is that the daily trend would shift. But with the weekly trend, the 2-week trend shifted, that's okay. It doesn't necessarily mean we're just going to go up now to the moon, but maybe that'll bode well then for the 2-week, maybe getting that lower high, possibly around that 34 or maybe the 9. We don't just solidly get a shallow rejection of 52 to 53. But nevertheless, that's still a setup, and this is tradable. So, Chipotle actually into next week, I probably will give an Academy short on it. I just want to wait and see how next week opens up. I want to see how the weekend treats Bitcoin. But, as of now, we're getting a short setup possibly. This could play out nicely. Your invalidation would just be essentially this breakdown wick high. We start really coming up and taking this wick high, will most likely be above the 2-week 9 because this will shift down into next week, especially if it closes like this. You can already see it's just starting to move down into next week. That 9 will shift down, and ideally the daily will, and that'll just make an easy short for us. The hopium though right here for a bounce is this. Bulls are going to be looking at this. Oh, it's a higher low in the making. Probably going to go up. My whole point is the easy short will be the 9, but that just seems too easy. So I'd like to see that 21. Nice squeeze up, kind of like here. Hits the 21, retests this channel here on the weekly into next new week's candle. And then that's where we can get the breakdown where that just essentially is the, what was it, the 5-day then maybe? No, I mean 2-week. Where the 2-week takes hold. This 2 weeks volatility setup is pretty massive. Haven't had one since we ever so slightly reset here. So technically speaking, the last setup we had was in.
And by the way, on 2022, Netflix, Chipotle only went down 37%, and we're kind of there.
Let me see.
I've been obsessed with measuring now, like the big drops. It's at 30% already.
That's big.
That's crazy.
Yeah, that is pretty big.
I think most people are just missing this because they're looking at the indexes.
Yeah, I see what you're saying. You know, but this bottom caught us at the 100 on the 2 week.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like, okay, we're either going to see a major bull trap next week, within the next 2 weeks, and this is going to reclaim the 9, or we're going to reject down, find a bottom here, come down a little bit more, and then bottom around that EMA 100. Because was it 30% flat? It was 38%.
No, it was like 38, and then now we're 30 right now.
So it's like 38. Oh, look at that, right on par. Actually, that's funny.
Crazy.
Yeah, that's funny actually. Because I agree with you. I'm like, if it only went down 30% 2022, what am I trying to say here then? That this is worse than the bear market? But no, that could be on par. And we get that 38% correction down. The volatility setup plays out, right? Because we had a volatility setup here. Now, so this, when it started to expand, it broke us out. But when it started to reset is when we got that correction. So the resetting of it got us the correction. Let's see if we have any 2 week setups to the downside. Oh, here's one. Quick too, very quick. What was this? COVID? Yeah.
COVID was 75%
volatility
down.
Was. It's just funny, like Black Swan, but volatility was telling us stuff. Bitcoin was telling us stuff during this time.
Also the yield curve inverted the year before in 2019.
Yeah. I mean, like, kind of obvious, but regardless, let me take it from the wick high. Be a little more accurate there. Yeah, that's crazy. So that 2 week setup gave us a 56% move down, but people say, well, that was a black swan. No, that's not fair. Okay, that's fine. Let's find another one. Up. Oh, this was a downside move, and this was a rejection of the 2 week EMA 100. Why? That's a big spot. But we started to expand here. Price went up 16%, rejected the 2 week EMA 100. At that point, we were expanding bullishly, up 16, 17%. But then bears got into control again, and we went down. Why is it not? Like 39%. Interesting, right on par with the 38%. Let me just get one more. Up. Okay, another one. Started to expand, went up 30%, and then bears got control. And from that point, we're still expanding. That's why I'm looking at this. From that point, though, we went down. It's hard because we went down 38% from here when BBWP at this point hit like the extremes, but technically speaking, it went down 48%. One more. Why not? It's just this was an easy one. So yeah, 39%. So what did we gather from that? Well, it seems like the 2 week, I mean, generally does like 35 to 40% move. So I mean, with what you showed, Alejandro, 38%, with us losing the 2 week EMA 34, it's logical to be now gauging the EMA 100 on the 2 week. Let's see the HPDR view on that. Yeah, we're already at the extremes. Yeah, to me, it seems like the 2 week EMA 100 could be a major spot for Chipotle. Just like I represented, each time we've gone there, it's been a massive generational buying opportunity since 2018. Once you lose it, though, I mean, that's it. You don't buy Chipotle. You short it until it reclaims it again. Like, it's funny when people overcomplicate trading, because like if I wanted to use one moving average, I would just use the EMA 100, if I'm going to be honest with everyone. I'd use the EMA 100 and the EMA 200, and that's it. I just trade off that. Not even the 9. I'd use this on like a higher time frame. I'd say, oh, Chipotle just lost the 2-week EMA 100. Okay, we'll probably bounce here. I'll long up, short, caught all that move, deviated it short. Oh, now we've just reclaimed it here. It was pretty obvious too. Reclaimed it, held it. Wick down at the EMA 200. Oh, that's a coincidence. Bottom there, went up. It's pretty simple if you look at it like this. Trading doesn't have to be hard. It just gets hard when you're on a bunch of different low time frames and you're looking at a bunch of different things. When you're just viewing this, I mean, breakdown target is the EMA 100. Most major dumps go to the EMA 100 in the 2-week. And if you start losing that, you would have already known that because we're now losing, this last high essentially, which is lining up nicely with right around that cycle high. So if you start losing the zone, you would be cautious already of that. But that's why I like moving averages. It's crazy people don't use them because they're kind of a cheat code, in my opinion, specifically with stocks and Forex and whatnot. But if everyone's getting bullish on Chipotle, let's say, which, obviously crypto Twitter trades Chipotle. But at this point, when we're bouncing, when everyone's getting bullish on Chipotle, you as a trader can use these moving averages to say, well, yeah, we've gone up 35%, but you just missed the mark. You can't reclaim.
Damn it. Just right when he was making his point. Farhan, are you frozen? Am I frozen? Is this me? There you go, Alex. You're back. Can't hear you, though. 1 second.
Can you hear me?
There you go. Alex is just frozen. It looks like someone just told him something very strange. And he's like, what? That's where he left
I
off.
think the internet might have
Crapped out on you. All right. He basically finished. I'm going to be rude and interrupt him and take over because I already have enough to copy. There you go. You're back.
No, it's fine. I'm just repeating myself. Watch the 2-week EMA 100. That's it. Probably within the next 3 months it gets there, and that'll just be an opportunity.
Perfect. Thank you so much, dude. Thank you. We're gonna do micro hand strategy, and I think that'll be it. Thank you, boys.
Sweet.
Micro hand strategy.
Strategy.
Is Michael Saylor married? Does anyone know anything about him?
No idea.
I don't know.
Because if he's gay, he's got to be a bimbo for those guys, like tiny hands like that. Dude, everything looks massive under Michael's hand. Either
Everybody
way,
lines up for handies by Michael.
Exactly. Anyways, let me look at Chipotle. I don't know why. Oh, I know why, because I was checking the internet. Okay, got my Chipotle chart. Thank you, sir. My Chipotle way chart. En realidad esto, permítame tantito, esto es más fácil de lo que lo queremos hacer ver, ¿ok? Y voy a eliminar esto. Quiero que entendamos una cosa, obviamente para todos los que estamos haciendo trading, esto no aplica. Esto aplica para la gente que esté invirtiendo en este activo. Abu, no sé, siempre preguntas por Chipotle. Me imagino que es para poder acumular más y comprar más. Entonces, lo que estoy a punto de decir es para inversores. Chipotle desde el tope, acá. Ahorita está 27% abajo, pero ha estado 30% abajo, ¿ok? 30% abajo en $48.10. Ahorita está cotizando en 50 planos. ¿Por qué es importante ver esto? Lo tengo en la tabla semanal, lo voy a poner en la de 2 semanas. La bajada es la misma, por cierto, por si alguien se pregunta. Esto, damas y caballeros, fue el tope del 2021, ¿ok? Acá. De acá a acá abajo, al fondo del bear market, el mercado bajista más cabrón, 39%, 36%, 38% es lo que había medido yo antes. Igual ahorita me estoy equivocando porque está más de lejos. Pero es un 38%. Literalmente todo el mercado bajista del 2022 solamente bajó 8% más que esto. Por lo que, si ya estás acá, 30% abajo, estás haciendo DCA a Chipotle, este podría ser tu primera mordida de la bajada. Una vez más, recuerden, todos van a estar en rojo por un rato comprando estos fondillos, pero, güey, estas oportunidades no se dan todo el tiempo. Lo que Alex dijo para poder darle tiempo a Farhan para ver MicroStrategy, lo que Alex dijo tiene una validez gigantesca. Olvídate de todos los SMAs en esto y los EMAs, nada más vamos a poner el 100 y el 200. Y también quiero que vean algo. Esto es COVID. Ya, puta madre, puedo ver gráficos y saber qué fecha es qué solamente con los bajones. COVID tuvo una bajada de 55% para que tengan eso en... ¿Eso es COVID? Sí, esto fue COVID exactamente, el marzo del 2020. Y COVID tuvo una bajada, una vez más, de hasta 55%. Y eso fue, piénsenlo, por más mal que le va a ir a Chipotle, la gente estaba encerrada en su casa y no podía ir a trabajar y no trabajaron en Chipotle. Por lo que yo diría que la media de la corrección en Chipotle en los últimos años está por ahí del 40%, es donde la voy a poner. Si nos acercamos aún más a otro mercado bajista en Chipotle por acá, 44%. Ahora, este golpe del 2015 para abajo, no sé por qué haya sido, pero vamos a medirlo. Este fue un 66.69%. Nice. Por lo que diría, 40% ya estás muy bien, llegas a 60%, sácate la lotería, etcétera, ¿no? ¿Por qué es importante esto? Pueden ver que el SMA 200 lo hemos perdido una vez, ¡plup! Acá. Pero el EMA 100 es lo que vamos a usar de ejemplo. Porque el EMA 100, si hubieras comprado EMA 100, acá, y de nuevo, esta es una tabla de 2 semanas, a este tope, 118%. Hubieras comprado el EMA 100 en la de COVID, ¿no? Desde el EMA 100 hasta donde topó por acá. Bueno, lo podemos hacer hasta acá en realidad. ¿Qué es esto? El 2022, vamos antes del mercado bajista, 238%. Volviste a tocar el EMA 100 acá y hasta acá arriba te dio un 190%. Básicamente, cada que el precio toca el EMA 100, te está dando una entrada de esas deliciosas. Y ahora, lo pierdes, por supuesto que va a bajar, pero estás acumulando en una bajada de todas maneras. Así que mi primera, no les voy a mentir, mi primera entrada en Chipotle, si yo estuviera invirtiendo en esta chingadera, sería esta zona. Segunda, y acá ya bastante bien la lotería, sería esta. Tercera, no me voy a poner tan pendejo, voy a medir qué tan estúpido es eso. No, sácate la lotería y te caes hasta acá, ¿no? Hasta básicamente, me cuesta mucho trabajo. Voy a ponerlo en 50% para no mamarme, ¿ok? 50% está en $34. Esto, porque normalmente la gente, no sé por qué cuando pensamos en mercados bajistas pensamos esto. No, todo el mundo. ¿Cuántos de ustedes no piensan que esto es lo que pasa en un mercado bajista? Que todo llega como a cero y de ahí vuelve a despegar. No es cierto. Las correcciones son mínimas. Acá lo que estamos viendo es sencillo. Voy a quitar esto, denme un segundito. En la de 2 semanas. Ok. Y también poner esto que dice Alex en la mesa. Ah, no, eso es que lo puedo hacer con los dedos. Así. Semanal se ve mejor. Ahí está. Vean, es que es del libro. Te está rechazando el promedio del 100. Y en la semanal funciona casi igual que la de 2 semanas. El promedio del 100 es una oportunidad gigantesca y el SMA 200 es monstruoso. Lo pueden ver acá. La última vez que lo tocamos fue en el 2020, cabrones. ¿No? Entonces, el nivel acá en los 43 va a ser el siguiente, si se llega a dar. Entonces, ¿qué estamos esperando en Chipotle? Chipotle está cotizando en casi $50. Lo que estamos esperando es otro rechazo de acá, un alto más bajo. Han visto, tienes este alto, un alto más bajo, altos más bajos, altos más bajos, altos más bajos. Y eso te debería de llevar a barrer estos mínimos. Estos mínimos están en $48. Si te llevas $48 para abajo, vas a continuar cayendo. Ahora, Acá, lo que nosotros pensamos que puede hacer es simplemente una consolidación, tocar por acá, y ahí estaría el corto bueno para Chipotle. ¿Qué tanto más va a bajar? Imposible decirte. Lo que sí podemos hacer es sacar nuestro HPDR rápidamente y darnos una idea si estamos sobrevendidos o no. Y en realidad, no tanto. Podemos tranquilamente llegar a este 95% una vez más, 43, la zona del 43, tranquilos, y esto es la de 2 semanas. Sí, o sea, 44 mensual. La mensual apenas está cayendo y el movimiento, ahí está, o sea, los 44. Esto tiene cara de que está corrigiendo a gusto y esta corrección, simplemente como todo lo demás, va a continuar y nuestros siguientes objetivos están a la baja. El siguiente objetivo van a ser los 44 una vez que tengamos el rechazo. Esto ya parece el rechazo oficial porque le das a la línea meme y al EMA 100, pero para saber si vas a caer más, tienes que perder los 48. Para saber si vas a tener un rally otra vez a la parte más alta del precio, simplemente date cuenta que aquí hay otra media. Una vez que el precio sube por encima de los 55, va básicamente a buscar esto. Entonces, los $55 son un punto muy importante para el precio de Chipotle, para la alza, pero por ahora donde estás cotizando tiene cara que va a ser un retesteo bajista y va a dar continuación a esta línea en los 43. Una vez más, no te estoy diciendo compra todo aquí, no te da, es si estás interesado en comprar Chipotle a largo plazo, bla, bla, bla. Esto pinta bien, honestamente. Estos son los mejores mercados para hacer dinero, señores. Dinero gratis. Con eso dicho, vamos a ver las manos más pequeñas de todo el criptoverso, el universo de cripto, que son micro hands.
Welcome back to the next episode of Into the Cryptoverse. My name is
Hi,
Benjamin
guys.
Cowan.
I'm Ben, and this is an interesting thing that happens here. Michael Saylor has got really tiny hands.
Nah, I need to listen to him. I can do him, but the voice, not
and if
gay-wise.
you ask me when Ethereum's coming home, I will block you on Twitter.
By the way, yes, which is fucking incredible. I understand his point, and also for everyone on the meme cycle waiting for the memes to like hit, you need QE, quantitative easing, to occur. Unless that's occurring, you ain't getting no alt season.
Let's get some quantitative dumping.
Oh, that's what's been going on right now. QD, quantitative dumping.
Let's see on the let's do it on the quarterly. So right now on the quarterly, we are in an area where you would expect to see price pull back and pull back significantly because we have tapped the 100% twice on the HPDR. And as of right now, we have gotten a move down to about $231. I would still expect to see it lower because we're still at very extreme areas. And whenever you reject these areas at an absolute minimum, you come down and get a reconnect with the 5 EMA. But usually, whenever that happens with MicroStrategy and it likes to pull back to the 5 EMA, it doesn't like to stop at the 5 EMA. It likes to go all the way below the 55. It did it this time around. It did it this time around. It did it this time around. Is this time going to be different? Probably not. The question is just where the 55 EMA is going to be whenever it happens. As of right now, the 55 EMA sits all the way down here at about $56. I don't know if it's going to go that low, even if Bitcoin goes into a bear market. Don't think it's dropping by 89, 90%. I don't think that's a little likely. Probably somewhere around $216. It gets a little bit of a bounce. Likely that bounce is going to fail, especially because at that point the ranges are still going to be probably at pretty extreme areas because this is a quarterly. It's going to take a long time to play out. Maybe it'll eventually find some type of local bottom around where this 9 EMA is at, right around this consolidation zone at about like $168 to $170. At that point, we're gonna have to see where the ranges are, and then we're gonna have more of a good idea of whether that's gonna hold for a long-term bottom or not. Monthly is now starting to flip up on momentum, however, along with volatility. We are getting a God mode dual sell signal, not the best looking sign. Let's draw with a vertical line on the sell signal. We got it right here. We got one right there.
Damn, monthly ones? I mean, you saw May was the top.
Yep. Quite concerning. And that's the only monthly God mode sell signal we've ever had in MicroStrategy.
And this one seems
And-
more intense. All the bands are closer together.
Yep. Let's see. Was it from a similar zone? This was from the 78.6%. This is also from the 78.6%. Very interesting. So from the God mode sell signal, we did bounce a little bit, about 32%. And then went down 78, get to the bottom. Actually, 80%. It's that exact same number that I just said I don't think we're going to drop by. Wow, I just ate my words literally 30 seconds later.
80%?
That's how much last time.
Chill 80%?
Very tranquilo. As of now, we've only lost 25%. Let's dump it 80%. That brings it down to $60. Sheesh, imagine being a MicroStrategy buyer at like $400 and it's now $60. It's not even enough to buy yourself a game on the PlayStation. On the 2 week, we're getting momentum, trying to flip back up. It's still within the bearish control zone. Volatility is now still sideways. It's not exactly contracting yet. It's not expanding either. And the jewel's giving us quite the sell signal. Pink has dropped below the yellow. Dark blue has lost the bullish control zone. This is quite something. Let's mark this with a vertical line. Pink crossing below the yellow. Dark blue. Pink crossing below yellow. Dark blue. Pink crossing below yellow.
I got this sudden urge to smoke the devil's lettuce, but I have work to do after this.
So do the work while on it.
I can't. They need my face. So if I use my face while I'm on it, it's gonna be obvious.
Your location.
Wear sunglasses.
I can't. I wish. It's gonna be quick though. It's gonna be a quickie.
Oh, good lord. All right. Here's the first one. Ray Tranquilo. I couldn't see that number.
It was 80%.
Ray Tranquilo, 73%. This one, not much. About 13% before it bounced up 37% and then went down to 27%. So this one wasn't much, 13%. This one was quite dumpsky. Why did it dump on 2017? This was before they started buying Bitcoin. 34, 35%. What did MicroStrategy even do before they bought Bitcoin? I'm guessing Michael Saylor. I said MicroStrategy. I'm guessing Michael Saylor went around giving handies for MicroStrategy shares. This one went down about 27%, bounced up 44%, then went down 78%. Very in line with that 70 to 80% number. How much have we dropped so far? Only 25%. Let's take it somewhere around 70%. That put us at exactly $100. 80% will put us towards about $60. So basically, the numbers you can get from there is $100 as a whole, you're going at $60. Weekly is trying to pick back up on momentum, still within the bearish control zone. Now volatility is contracting, and even on the weekly, you're getting that dual sell signal, pink crossing below to yellow, dark blue crossing below everything else, and now entering into the bearish control zone. Getting a loss and a retest of this 21 EMA, where it very likely rejects and ends up dropping down to the 100 at about 175. 5 day, same thing. You lost to 21, now you're retesting it right now. This would be the opportunity here for short, and you would have pretty low risk as well because you could just short it at this 5 and 9 EMA and put this wick as your stop loss. That's pretty minimal risk to the upside. That would be about like that is pretty decent, 9% versus, but you're to make about 41%. It's pretty good risk to reward. I would post this, but I'm probably gonna forget about it by the time that we finish. So if you want to post that, Alex, feel free. Let me go back to the 5-day.
The short?
Yeah, MicroStrategy short at about $290 to $300, and then stop loss at 321.
That's a good one. BTCC allows us to do so.
Yeah, I'll put that trade in there.
Yeah,
that's a good setup.
All right, let me switch down to a lower time frame. 2 days, just a hair away from silver crossing to the downside. As long as price is below $292 on a 2-day closing basis, which is somehow closing in 3 days and 3 hours. So even if we do end up going to that $295 to $300 area, although I would put the entry in right here, it would still very likely silver cross to the downside, giving us a rejection of that 78.6% or that 21 EMA.
296.
Daily is now flipped back down on momentum, entering into the bearish control zone as volatility expands, and now we're getting a sell signal on the jewel. It's kind of looking like this would be the area where it's going to reject, if not just a tiny bit higher. And from there, you should probably see a move towards 175.
Where do you think the stop should be? At like 325?
321.
I see. So you're just using that wick high, last lower high daily. I mean, daily EMA 100. It's a logical short. This would be the bearish retest. I'm going to put it in right now.
2 days currently flipped up on momentum within the bullish control zone. Volatility is now starting to go down, looking like the move could be played out, especially since we're at resistance right now. Daily is now flipping down in the bearish control zone with volatility support and that daily sell signal. Getting right up to that 100 EMA, and as of right now, 100 is resistance. It couldn't even make it up to the 38.2%. 4 hours also lining up with that we're probably a pullback from here as we're reaching the 95% on the HPDR. We are rejecting the 55 EMA. We're getting momentum at extreme areas at 95%. It's very likely we pull back from here. Ding.
Wow. I guess
That was
egg prices are
powerful.
down.
Take
Throw
that,
random.
liberals.
That's right. By the way, Trump had nothing to do with either one, but what a glorious. Now what are they going to do? Did you see Vance saying, why are you all protesting all the time? Don't you have something to do? This is why we got to make America great again, so y'all can get a job and get the fuck out of the streets.
That's a good point. Somebody should have said that long before.
The comedy's at an all-time high. The economy might not be, but the comedy is.
The funniest administration of all time.
Of all time.
Let's see some sombering details for Mr. MicroStrategy. That we have higher highs at price action with lower highs on the RSI, giving us monthly bearish divergence. Has not been confirmed yet, like it has on Bitcoin, but it will confirm if we can close below $231.92. And that will give us a minimum target of hitting this 21 EMA at around $190. Very, very close to that $175 area of that 100 EMA. 2 week has confirmed many drives of bearish divergence. It's going to be active as long as you're closing below $353.79. And if you tick below $231, likely gets the next leg on the divergence, taking you down towards 170, 175, 180 to 175.
Which is where the weekly EMA 100 is.
Yep. And the weekly, however, this is a little bit of hopium. It is possible to put in some hidden bullish divergence on the weekly because we dropped lower on momentum than all these lows where prices is making a higher low. But to confirm it, you'd have to close above 320, basically $321. That's where the stop loss is at. So not only would it invalidate the short, but it'd also give you hidden bullish divergence, sending you up to very likely somewhere around mid 400.
Nice. Very nice.
5-day as well has that possible hidden bullish divergence. Number is $321. That would confirm it, likely sending you up to mid 400s. 2-day is very close to putting in bullish divergence. It's going to take 3 days and 3 hours for that to confirm. And it will confirm if you can close above $270.40. That will give you a target of hitting somewhere around this middle zone of the RSI, which right now is at $348. That would be the scenario where that 5-day and weekly bullish divergences get confirmed. But the 2-day could bleed into those 5 days when weekly is getting confirmed. And the daily already has confirmed three drives of bullish divergence, which could bleed into the 2-day, bleeding into the 5-day, bleeding into the weekly. And right now, the 2-day daily bullish divergence is going to be active as long as you're closing above $248.22. And if you get a close above $321, which would invalidate that short, that would give you a target of the bullish control zone sitting at somewhere around $364. 4 hours as well as active hit regular bullish divergence as long as you're above $270.40. And if you can get the next target, if you get a close above 300 and let's say same number, $321, you would target somewhere around the bullish control zone, which right now is not that much higher at 357. Alrighty. Some more sombering information. The monthly has already flipped down on the stochastic or MicroStrategy, and not only has it flipped down, we put in a lower high with higher high in price action, confirming monthly bearish divergence on the stochastic. Pointed down as long as you're below $484.50. It's quite a ways away. So you have monthly bearish divergence lining up with that short as well to make you a little bit more safe. 2-week is getting momentum pointed down. 2-week has bearish divergence confirmed, and it's going to be pointed down below $352.50, and it's losing the bullish control zone. Weekly is close to flipping up, but it's still technically pointed down, and it's going to be pointed down as long as you're below $301.50. 5-day is also pointed down as long as you're below $301, let's say $302. 2-day is currently pointed up. It's going to be pointed up as rejecting the critical zone, and it's going to be pointed up as long as you're above $240.88. Very close to getting to the edge of the bearish control zone. That's the area where the pivot likely changes, and based on the trend, it likely goes up. And same thing's already happening with the daily, where the pivot is starting to go up. We are still above it, and it's still going to be pointed up if we can close in the next 2.5 hours above $281. But we're currently right around the edge of the bearish control zone, so this is the area where the pivot will likely change again. And the 4 hour is currently pointed up as long as you're above $261.45. Where is it on this stochastic? It's currently sitting right around the edge of the bearish control zone. So this is the area on 4 hour we'd want to see it go somewhere around the edge of the bullish control zone. See where the pivot can go to then. Come on. And even the 2 hours pointed up. So you could continue to the upside from here around that $295 to $300 area. And based on the higher term time frame trend, I would look for that area to hold as rejection and continue to the downside from there based on the monthly momentum. And now this is starting to line up on the higher time frame, just like Bitcoin has. It didn't have it on the RSI, but it does have bearish divergence on the monthly on stochastic on MicroStrategy, just like Bitcoin has. You are getting a loss in your bullish control zone. You're getting a loss in the critical zone. You're getting basically every single time frame pointed to the downside right now, except for the lower time frames like the daily and below. And those are pointed up with declining volatility, making it likely that somewhere around here to possibly $300 max would be the rejection zone, and likely it does end up lower from there. And I would be looking towards that weekly 100 EMA for our like major bounce, somewhere around $175. But if you were to take those higher time frame bearish divergences seriously on the targets, they would give you a target somewhere around $60. I'm just not ready to say that until we lose significant areas like 175 and 100.
Yeah, I think the 175 to lose, that'll be That'll be key, so that we can see more dumperoos. But for now, this is such a fun market. I don't know what it is about this time around when all the mess is going up and down. Feels good. Anything else you boys want to add? Say.
Yeah, MicroStrategy short posted. To me, this seems like a pretty good one. So if you're itching for a short and you're not sure on Bitcoin, this seems more obvious to me than Bitcoin. So I'd gauge that. But yeah, no, I'll see you boys on Monday.
I'm going to play it. Sounds good.
Beautiful.
You guys enjoy your weekend. Feel better, please. All of you. Take care. It was a rough week for ETA. That's all we're going to say.
Honestly, it was. It was very up and down, but we made it to Friday, boys. So
started with a back injury, ended it with the cold.
I'm sorry that I'm laughing. Have a good one, dude.
Enjoy. Hasta luego. Buenas tardes.
Bye. Thank you. Vale, estamos viendo más. No, en realidad solo se llama Strategy. Ya no se llama MicroStrategy, ni MicroHands, ni nada. Strategy, la empresa de Michael Saylor. Ahora, para analizar la empresa de Michael Saylor, Strategy, vamos a hacer lo mismo que hicimos ahorita con Chipotle. Tenemos este gran tope, un claro blow off top, que es un blow off top cuando tienes exactamente una vela que se ve así, donde el precio explota y luego regresa y se va para abajo. De ahí vamos para acá. ¿A dónde está el precio ahorita? 46% abajo y ha llegado a estar 57% abajo. ¿Ok? Interesante. Simplemente para tenerlo en mente. Voy a ponerlo en la de 2 semanas solamente para poder eliminar tantito ruido. No la de 2 meses. 2 semanas. Y acá vamos a ver dónde está esto es el 2024. Yo quiero ir al 2022, 21. Bien. Tenemos este tope en el 2021 que llegó a dar un bajón de casi 90%. 90%, ¿ok? Esta es una acción que no necesita presentación, ¿no? No. Esto solo fue el mercado bajista del 2022, ni siquiera fue COVID. Olvídate de COVID. Esta cosa no estaba o era pública en lo de COVID, no estaba haciendo lo de... exactamente. ¿Cuánto es ese bajón de acá? No sé si contaría yo esta, no estoy seguro. Un 43%, básicamente donde estamos ahora, pero pueden ver que esto aumentó rápidamente de volatilidad una vez que hicieron esto. Me imagino que aquí fue donde se volvió una empresa de Bitcoin. No me acuerdo exactamente. Vamos a ver, rápido. When did MicroStrategy start to buy Bitcoin? En agosto del 2020, por lo que no podemos contar este pasado, ¿ok? Solamente vamos a contar la primera que tenemos, la primera instancia, que es justamente esta en el 2021. Y una vez más, para refrescárselas. Perdón, me trabé. Para refrescárselas. La caída llegó a 89% a la baja, ¿ok? Y un doble piso fue lo que nos mandó para el cielo. Primero, segundo toque. Ok, entendido. Vámonos por acá. Ahora, ¿dónde nos pondría un menos 89% del tope? Puta madre, los $56. $56 es donde debería encontrar un fondo. La cosa de MicroStrategy es lo volátil que es. Por eso mandamos el short ahorita, porque es muy parecido a Bitcoin. Bueno, es muy parecido, es literalmente solo Bitcoin. Wow. Qué pendejo eres, Alejandro. Felicidades. Se las voy a dejar bastante sencilla para los fans de MicroStrategy, para la gente que está acá para poder hacer una operación. De nuevo, esto se puede hacer en BTCC, ¿ok? Para que vean y me crean. Vienes a futuros, acá, y también el enlace está aquí abajo para que se registren y que les den todos los extras. Le picas en Tokenized Stocks and Commodities y acá está MSTR. MSTR es esta. MicroStrategy. Entonces, si queremos hacer un corto en MicroStrategy, ¿qué? ¿Me sacó el oro? No, uy, qué ganancias tan potentes. Tengo 92 centavos de ganancias en mi short del oro. Sí me metió. Ok. MicroStrategy está aquí, ¿no? Lo pueden ver. En los 289. El corto que mandaron, un segundo. Wow. Perdón, me están mandando cuánto ganaron. No me interesa eso, no quiero. Ok, el corto que mandaron la entrada es el 9 en 308 o el 21 en 301 y tu invalidación está en 320. Entonces, para hacer un mamón, lo voy a poner en el 9, 307, ¿no? Vamos a hacerlo límite 307. ¿Cuántas de MicroStrategy vamos a comprar? Una. Ok. Vamos a hacerlo con un 10X. Nos vamos a animar en esta. Un 10X. Y vamos a abrir un corto después de poner el stop loss en 321. Ábreme el corto, tío. Vale. Yo lo estoy poniendo más arriba. Soy un absoluto degenerado. Y a veces no entran. Así que para que lo tengan en mente. Bueno, para que lo vean, ahí está en BTCC. Todos pueden hacer esto. Aquí estamos viendo MicroStrategy, discúlpenme. ¿Y qué es lo que estamos viendo desde el tope? ¿No? Tuvimos este blow off top, que de nuevo es una, no sé cómo se dice en español, discúlpenme, un blow off top, que es cuando explota la parte de arriba, más o menos, y es casi literal lo que estamos viendo. Yo tenía estas zonas ya puestas, estas son zonas importantes, tenía mi media por acá. Me atrevería a decir que aquí tranquilamente podríamos poner otra. Sí, y es justamente casi la mitad del canal. Y la razón por qué es por esta convergencia acá, intercambio de precio. Me atrevería a ponerla acá en los 228. Acá. Para que lo puedan ver, bien hecho. Y pueden ver que también estamos ante un triángulo descendente, ¿no? Habíamos tenido, esta ya la tenía como en Bitcoin, es bastante fácil de entender. Aquí va a haber el siguiente rechazo y para abajo. Aquí es sencillo. Estás acumulando strategy. Esta va a estar difícil porque yo no diría que tal vez una mordidita muy light acá. Yo separaría strategy en más entradas. La razón por qué es, ¿qué tal si no cae 90%? Pero ¿qué tal si sí? Entonces, pondría mi primera entrada en los 229. Segunda entrada la pondría en los 175, que es donde está mi promedio del 100. Una vez que perdamos eso, tienes o sea, cualquier área por acá la puedes dividir en lo que quieras para terminar por ahí de los 80, 60 dólares. Va a depender muchísimo a qué niveles llegamos. Esta no es una empresa a la que yo me voy a meter en long ni de chiste, a menos de que la vea 90%, 80% abajo. 80, 90% abajo, ahí es donde brinco. En esto aquí solamente tradeo. Y esta es sencilla. Alcistas, si llegamos a romper el alto de esta vela en 320, eso nos daría un viaje por acá a los casi 390. Pero hasta no romper esto, todas las temporalidades tienen el pivote de momentum apuntando para abajo menos las cortas, lo que nos quiere decir que estamos ante un posible rebote. Este rebote falle y nos lleve aún más bajo a esta zona de 175. Esto es lo que más parece. ¿Cómo sabemos si estamos mal? Sencillo. Si podemos cruzar 321 y empezar a tener cierres por acá, sabemos que estamos mal y que esto va a ir una vez más a reventar altos históricos. Pero por ahora, strategy es muy sencilla. Está abajo casi 40 y tantos %. Se encuentra en 288. Y ¿en dónde lo tenemos? En la diaria, es donde tenemos el cruce plateado. Sí. En la diaria tenemos un cruce plateado a la baja, lo que te dice que toda oportunidad de retesteo es el 921 o esta zona justamente, los 290, donde está el 34 y el 100. Porque hemos retesteado una vez el 100, nos dio este SFP, vamos a ver cómo lo hace, o hasta el 55, que se encuentra en los 305. Más allá de eso, una vez más, estamos mal si rompemos 320 a la alza. Y ahora, si te da FOMO en eso, piensa en esto. Si rompes acá la alza, esto no es instantáneo. Tienes que regresar a retestear donde hay un breakout importante. Esto pasa casi siempre. Y esto es lo que la gente nunca confía que va a pasar. Y por lo que son desesperados y se quieren meter un trade luego. Simplemente esperándote a regresar a la a donde hizo el breakout, te va a ayudar muchísimo a poder tradear más tranquilo, más tranquilo. Entonces, MicroStrategy es en corto plazo, muy corto plazo alcista para un rebote más o menos a esta zona y de ahí para abajo. Estamos equivocados si rompemos los 320 para arriba. Y ahí lo tienen. Damas y caballeros, vayan a disfrutar su viernes. Tengo que ponerme a chambear. Bueno, tengo que acabar lo que estaba haciendo ahorita, pero vayan a disfrutar. Disfruten muchísimo. No estoy pelón, no se preocupen. Me corté el pelo, pero pues traigo pelo de dormido. Les mando un abrazo. Cuídense mucho. Gracias por todo y nos vemos pronto. Gracias a todos los que están acá con nosotros tradeando. Honestamente, muy divertido todo. Nos vemos el próximo jueves. Tenemos clase para todos los miembros del Elite Trading Academy y para toda la gente que está en las señales que mandamos. Vamos, espero ya la próxima semana con Bruno quedemos con lo de... Me encanta que estoy aventando a Bruno. Lo siento, Bruno. No sé por qué te estoy aventando ahí enfrente de todos. Es mi culpa. No, es mi culpa. Es mi responsabilidad. Para que tengamos las alertas de trade en WhatsApp, para que les puedan llegar a todos ustedes. No va a ser un grupo, va a sentirse como si cada uno recibiera un mensaje personalizado. Así que les mandamos un abrazo, cuídense mucho, gracias por estar con nosotros y disfruten. Oigan, excelentes compras, muy divertido esto.